Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Being black and upper class has in no way been a persecution for me. It has, however, been a front row seat to a kind of white rage that affects everyone, no matter what social, racial category you slot into in society.
When white folks say black people didn't earn it, we all know that's just projection. 95% of Trump's cabinet is completely incompetent, unqualified white people. In America, the good old boy network is often more the reality than merit-based hiring. This is a perfect example of why DEI exists in the first place.
America's downfall won't be caused by foreign enemies, economic collapse, or lack of innovation. It will be destroyed by the very things it was built on: racism, greed, power, and the exploitation of the marginalized.
They gave black people Black History Month because they cut us off from every other month of our ancestral timeline. And we don't know what we did, where we came from, or what was done to us. But here's the kicker.
Okay, I want to take a moment to say thank you to Donald Trump. America was built on racism, fueled by fear and sustained by white supremacy. You've exposed it all. The masks are off. The polite racism, the fake allyship, the colorblind lies, it's all gone. Now we see it raw and unfiltered.
Dear white people, no one is asking you to apologize for your ancestors. We're asking you to dismantle the systems of oppression they built that you maintain and benefit from.
Although it may be shocking, a lot of racists genuinely believe they are good people. And here are the top 5 ways they...
When you have two kids that can't agree on anything, they always constantly bickering and fighting and arguing, what do we normally do? You separate them. Segregation might be the best way. Might be the best course of action at this point.
The USA is a great nation. It's the land of opportunity, as many people say, and I personally carried the land of milk and honey. And the reason why I'm saying this, America is one of the countries on this whole world where people are having the full freedom of speech, which is a great privilege that many people from other countries don't have. America is one of the countries where it's possible to work yourself up to the top from the ground, which is hardly possible when you are in other countries. In the past few months, I've been listening to a bunch of podcasts and shows from Americans talking about how each and every kingdom, each and every nation has its time to decline. And they were saying that we might be approaching the decline of this good nation that we all admire. They were saying that the same factors that led to the development of this good country into a great nation might also contribute to its decline. After the presidency of Donald Trump, there has been the increase of racism tension, which is very bad for the development of this country. Some of them say that some marginalized group in this good country are being discriminated. And also another issue that was raised is the way some poor people, some poor white folks, poor black folks are being exploited by these big corporations, being underpaid, working many hours, and this is making life becoming very hard in the US, especially for the poor people. And mind you, whatever they were saying were not being supported by any fact. It was just their own opinions. are we really approaching the decline of this good country? So I put together a bunch of clips of Americans talking about this, and I want us to watch them for us to be able to discuss about them. And as we are watching, remember that the full credits belong to original creators of these clips. Let's get into it.
When white folks say black people didn't earn it, we all know that's just projection. 95% of Trump's cabinet is completely incompetent, unqualified white people. In America, the good old boy network is often more the reality than merit-based hiring. This is a perfect example of why DEI exists in the first place. Because in America, obviously, inequality, discrimination, and white racism is off the fucking charts. And it always has been. These are facts, folks. So when they say merit-based hiring, you. A perfect example. Obama, as a black man, had to be literally perfect in every possible way imaginable to get elected. He was a highly educated lawyer, a genuine family man, literally zero scandals, experienced in government, who was a true unifier that possessed integrity, moral character, ethics, eloquence, intelligence, and carried himself with dignity, respect, and he honored the office. With Trump, there's too many amoral, inhumane things to list, so I just touch on a few. Trump, as a white man, was elected despite being the most divisive, corrupt, immature, lying, manipulative, deceitful, treasonous, fascist, and criminal person to ever run for the presidency. Not to mention, who is a proven sexual predator and an openly racist person. My point is this: black folks in America need more than just merits and qualifications to get into positions in many white-run establishments. Not only do they have to be perfect, they need establishments and institutions that do not discriminate, which is why in a white supremacist nation, DEI is critical to help with equality and justice. But now the term DEI and DEI hire is being recoined as the new N-word for many far-right racists like our current administration. Important initiatives like CRT and words like woke have been distorted and demonized by far-right extremists in order to destroy racial progress and justice. These are the modern narratives of our diseased white supremacist nation. So when that racist mother Trump says black and brown folks didn't earn it, he's just fucking projecting, because he is likely the most unqualified, degenerate leader of a country in human history. Remember this. If you remember anything, remember this. There's only one reason
in all of
why
human
diversity,
history,
equity, and inclusion is being aggressively dismantled. Why black history is literally being erased. And why brown and black immigrants are being rounded up. Because our government is currently leading the largest white supremacist movement since Jim Crow laws started in 1865. Never let their hate and inhumanity become normalized. We must fight these racist far-right extremists at every single turn. Good luck.
No one will ever be able to convince me that this genetic mutated group of humans are born with a soul. The white humans who are exceptional, I'm pretty sure they have something in their DNA. And yes, I know a lot of good white humans, but most of them have something a little sprinkled down the line from generations ago. USA is proof that the genetic mutated group of humans are not born with a soul. This country could be literally what we advertise it to be if white humans were good people and had souls. But it looks like they don't, because this country is perpetually in shit because of white humans. White humans make it stagnant. White humans keep it mediocre. White humans commit the most atrocities in this country, yet white humans don't hold other white humans accountable. And that's why I say you will never ever be able to convince me that white humans are born with a soul. They were not born with a soul.
I have this conversation with people about history all the time, and I really think that people who live in America don't realize that America has been running the longest con in human history. And we, the descendants of Jacob, the real Jews, the Hebrew Israelites have been the main characters in this script that's written by liars, cast by colonizers, and directed by demons in suits. Now, I'm not here to soothe your soul. I'm actually here to slice your slumber because both black folks and white folks have been bamboozled, hoodwinked, hypnotized, and deceived and handed this script with missing pages. Now, I know that many people think they have a good grip on history, but you think you know your history, but do you really? Who told you that history? Who gave you that script? They gave black people Black History Month because they cut us off from every other month of our ancestral timeline. Like a costume while they rob, ruin, and rewrite reality. They got you hating truth. See, the enemy
power. Because America doesn't just chase power, it hoards it. At the very top, power is concentrated in the hands of a few, bought and sold through billion-dollar lobbying firms and dark money, and the people at the bottom, well, they're distracted and divided and disposable. But power with no accountability always turns inward. It eventually devours its own. Then there's greed. America's true religion. Every institution, healthcare, housing, education, even justice is for sale. The rich don't pay taxes, corporations.
Now is a shift, a big one. A lot of white people, not all, but many of them, are starting to realize that this system they've been always comfortable in, it's not built for the fairness, it's built for control. And now that black folks are saying we're not going along with it anymore, it's shaking the table. You saw it in those TikToks, the panic, the frustrations, the anger. Some are losing it because they can't handle it anymore. They are scared of the world where they are not automatically in charge of everything. But here's the thing, that fear is not new to black folks. Black folks have been living with fear for generations. The fear of being pulled over, the fear of speaking up at work, the fear of being misunderstood, or straight up harmed for just existing. When people say black people aren't joking anymore, black people are done shrinking themselves, done apologizing for being smart, loud, proud, or unapologetically black. And I know some folks are gonna call that aggressive or divisive. But let's be real, what's really aggressive is the way black folks have been treated all of this time and then expected to smile through it. What's divisive is the way black folks were asked to accept disrespect, stay quiet, and be grateful for the bare minimum. Now that people are saying no more, the reaction is loud because power never gives itself up quietly. They are realizing that white privilege isn't invisible anymore. It's being named, carved out, and challenged. And I think that makes some of them nervous. But being nervous does not mean that you're being oppressed. It just means that you're not the only voice in the room now. And listen, this is not just about revenge. It's about balance. It's about truth. It's about saying that black folks have waited long enough. Black people are tired being told to wait for justice. Wait for change. Wait for people to get comfortable. The waiting is over. Probably you have seen.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the world. Please make sure you hit the like button right off the bat. I have been, well, I spent Sunday on kind of in the chats of various shows of, or YouTube shows of one sort or the other. And I guess the most amazing thing is how many bad takes there are on both sides of this this argument. And you know what? I think the title of this show pretty much says it all. To today's show, I was going to review a racist YouTube show, but lost interest. Yeah, I'm pretty much have gotten to a point to where, you know, I just think black people, black Americans in particular, just need to kind of live your life and stop caring so much. You know, you have to kind of care about Trump and, you know, what's going on in national and especially local politics. But I think that you can overdo just about anything. And I am very much finding, getting on to TikTok or, these social media platforms and just kind of making a declaration. It's pretty much hollow. Getting on TikTok and, expressing your views about the nature of America. It's not like any of it's new. And it's not like very many people ever say anything that's original or even clever or funny. My recommendation is just to get on with the show. And if that means, just kind of like worrying about what's happening within your four walls and kind of keeping your nose out of other people's business, that's kind of been the way I've done it. Do not worry about things that you can't control. You don't control the weather where when you're at sea. You have to cope with it. And I think that's, a lot of what Black people in particular have to do in America. When you can do something about it, certainly do something about it. When you can affect change. But obsessing over, things that we know exist, the hurdles are there. Navigating the hurdles, getting around the hurdles, over the hurdles, in my opinion, are how you become successful. Obsessing over the hurdles, just to me seems kind of a waste of time. So, that's my little homily about this very bad video. I'm trying to figure out what his point is, but we will move on. I actually have something that's more amusing that I was gonna play instead of this. It looked interesting, but turns out it's not so much. So let's go ahead and get into a few news stories. I'm going to start with the Washington Post here. Ukraine attacks Russian aircraft in far-reaching drone attack. I think I'm not even interested in that. I thought Trump was going to end this thing on day one, and apparently Putin has other ideas. So I may get back to the Ukraine stuff. Ukraine basically, attacked Russian aircraft. Apparently, drones smuggled into Russia hit bases as far away as Siberia. Looks like they destroyed 41 Russian aircraft. The Ukrainians did. So that's not ending anytime soon. So it seems. This next story, which is more domestic, says here 1 dead, 11 injured in North Carolina mass shooting. Says 1 person is dead and 11 others injured following a mass shooting early Sunday morning in the Mountain View community of southwest Catawba County, North Carolina. According to the Catawba County Sheriff's Office, deputies and Hickory police officers responded around 12:45 a.m. to reports of multiple people shot at a residence. Newsweek has reached out to the sheriff's office for comment. Hickory, North Carolina. I haven't been there in probably 20 years, but used to be a really kind of ritzy place to live. I think it might more or less be, I wanted to say it was kind of a suburb of Charlotte, but I'm not even sure about that. It's pretty far away from Charlotte, if I remember correctly. So it says Catawba County lies in the western region of the state, approximately an hour north of Charlotte. So, yeah, it's not that near. The shooting took place at a home on a section of Walnut Acres Drive, according to official statements. Witnesses report that there was a large party at the residence before the shooting with around 100 attendees. During the gathering, several individuals began discharging firearms, leading to chaos and panic in the crowd. Drone footage taken by the North Carolina station WBTV shows the house cordoned with tape, several law enforcement vehicles parked outside, investigators collecting evidence. Let's see. In a post to Facebook Sunday morning, the sheriff's office said it was collaborating with Hickory Police Department as well as special agents from the North Carolina Bureau of Investigation to establish a motive and identify those responsible. No arrests have been made as of this release. Wow. That is amazing. What people are saying. One local Catawba County resident told the North Carolina station WBTV that the shooting occurred at a pool party. The unnamed individual added that the shooting occurred mostly outside and appeared to be random. As soon as I heard shots, everybody started scattering off, ducking our heads, running off towards our cars, towards safety. And I called my friend and said, call 911, I need help. Let's see, what else? As of this release, 12 victims have been reported. One of these reported victims is deceased. Sheriff says there's certainly possible that more victims could lose their lives following the shooting, counting the number in serious condition as 10. So no arrests have been made. Interesting. And let's see, the next violent activity this weekend happened all the way in Colorado. It says here, 8 burned in attack at Colorado event honoring Israeli hostages. Wow. Hey, what's up, Bobby? How you been? Let's see what this has to say. This is just breaking news. Let's see. A weekly demonstration in support of Israeli hostages erupted into chaos in Boulder, Colorado, when a man using what was described as a makeshift flamethrower by officials attacked a group quietly marching down a pedestrian mall. The group, a familiar one in Boulder, has walked through downtown regularly since late 2023 to remind the community of the hostages taken by Hamas in the October 7th terrorist attacks in Israel. They often wear red, speak the names of the hostages, and sometimes sing, and they agree to return the next Sunday, same time, same place. Let's see, what else is in here? The ritual was shattered when a man, later identified as Mohammed Sabri Soleiman, 45, yelled "Free Palestine" and threw an incendiary device into the crowd, according to Mark Michalek, the FBI special agent in charge. Within moments, smoke and screams filled the air. Victims fell to the ground. Others tried to put out flames with discarded clothes. The incident intensified fears as the latest attack on the Jewish community in the United States, coming after 2 Israeli embassy employees were shot and killed last month outside an event at the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. Last month, it was last week. And the residence of Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania was burned by an arsonist. So I'd be interested to know. Anti-Semitism seems to have escaped Harvard and Columbia campuses. All right. Well, we're going to move on here. Yeah, this Trump thing, this deportation thing. It says here Trump officials deported another man despite court order. Man. Let's listen to this.
Trump officials deported another man despite court order. This article is by Mattathias Schwartz and Alan Foyer and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration deported a 31-year-old Salvadoran man minutes after a federal appeals court barred his removal while his case proceeded. the government admitted in a court filing this week. In its filing, the government denied that it had violated the order from the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit in New York, instead blaming, quote, a confluence of administrative errors. The filing argues that because the process of deporting the man, Jordan Melgar Salmiran, had already started before the court issued its formal order, at 9:52 a.m. May 7th, that meant the order had not been violated. The plane carrying Mr. Melgar Salmiran to El Salvador did not take off from Alexandria, Louisiana, until 10:20 a.m. Eastern Time, according to the government's timeline. The government had also previously given the court what the judges called express assurance, that it would not schedule a deportation for him until the next day. The deportation deepened the questions surrounding the Trump administration's legal tactics and administrative errors, as it has sought to carry out the president's aggressive vision of deporting as many as 1 million immigrants during his first year in office. In at least 3 other deportation cases, federal judges have determined that Trump officials expelled people from the country in violation of standing court orders. In an interview, one of Mr. Melgar Salmiran's lawyers disputed the government's characterization of the deportation as a mistake, saying it appeared to be part of a larger pattern of the administration ignoring court orders. It would be an absurd level of mistake, said Matthew Borowski, the lawyer, comparing it to a chef pouring in pepper instead of salt. Verifying the paperwork and putting the right people on the plane is their job. The questions raised by the court over the deportation were reported earlier by Investigative Post, a nonprofit news outlet in Western New York. In a filing on Wednesday in response to questions from the 3-judge appellate panel, the government detailed a series of communication lapses between an immigration and customs enforcement office in Buffalo, which was responsible for monitoring Mr. Melgar Salmiran's legal case, and one in Louisiana, where he was being held. Administration lawyers emailed the Buffalo office at 10:08 a.m. May 7th, but the office did not flag the court's order in ICE's internal system until 10:45 a.m. after the flight had taken off, an ICE official told the court. Mr. Melgar Salmiran, who had been affiliated with the MS 13th Street Gang and had previously served 2 years in federal prison after pleading guilty to possession of an unregistered sawed-off shotgun, was appealing an order for his removal, fearing he could be sent to prison in El Salvador and persecuted there, his lawyer said. He had disavowed Mississippi 13 and now has a wife and 4 children in Virginia, Mr. Borowski said. He said his client's family believes Mr. Melgar Salmiran is being held in a maximum security prison in El Salvador. The appellate judges have not yet indicated how they will respond. Mr. Borowski said he would soon file papers asking the court to appoint a special master who could determine whether any officials should be held in criminal contempt. In each of the other cases where migrants have been deported despite court orders, the judges have subsequently issued new orders instructing Trump officials to take steps toward bringing them back to the United States so they could be afforded due process. The best known of the cases is arguably that of Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, a Salvadoran man who was arrested on March 12 by federal immigration agents in Maryland after living in the state for nearly 6 years, under the protection of a judicial order that barred him from being returned to his homeland because he might face danger there. 3 days after he was taken into custody, Mr. Abrego Garcia was flown to El Salvador, the one place the order forbade him from being sent, in what officials later called an administrative error. For more than 2 months now, Mr. Abrego Garcia, who is married to a U.S. citizen, has been locked in one of El Salvador's most notorious prisons, despite 3 court orders, including one from the Supreme Court, instructing the White House to facilitate his release. Judge Paula Sinis, who has been handling the case in federal district court in Maryland, has spent the past few weeks trying to determine whether to hold the administration in contempt for not complying with those orders. But the Justice Department, acting on the behalf of the White House, has repeatedly stonewalled her efforts to get information about the steps the administration has taken to secure Mr. Abrego Garcia's freedom. In a similar case, another federal judge in Maryland, Stephanie A. Gallagher, has ordered the administration to facilitate the return of a 20-year-old Venezuelan man known in court papers as Christian, who was expelled to El Salvador on the same set of flights as Mr. Abrego Garcia. Christian, who was convicted of possessing cocaine, had sought asylum in the United States, but was nonetheless expelled to El Salvador in violation of a settlement agreement that immigration lawyers and the Department of Homeland Security reached in the waning days of the Biden administration. Under that agreement, unaccompanied minors who arrive in the United States and claim asylum cannot be removed from the country until their cases are fully resolved. Judge Gallagher's order directing the administration to take steps toward bringing Christian back to the United States was affirmed this month in a scathing ruling by a federal appeals court in Virginia, which noted the Trump administration's serial efforts to sidestep court rulings. As is becoming far too common, one of the appeals court judges, Roger Gregory, wrote, "We are confronted again with the efforts of the executive branch to set aside the rule of law in pursuit of its goals." Like Judge Shinnis, Judge Gallagher has been trying to get to the bottom of the White House's recalcitrance. Last week, she ordered Trump officials to send her an update by Wednesday about what they had done to secure Christian's return. When the officials failed to follow her instructions, the judge reprimanded them sharply, saying they had utterly disregarded her directives. Defendants' untimely response, she wrote, is the functional equivalent of, "We haven't done anything and don't intend to." In yet another case, the Trump administration has signaled that it intends to comply with a judge's order to bring back a wrongfully deported immigrant. Last week, Judge Brian E. Murphy issued a ruling in federal district court in Boston, telling the White House to facilitate the return of a Guatemalan man deported to Mexico, even though he said he had been raped and kidnapped there. Judge Murphy determined that the man, known only as OCG, had been sent to Mexico in violation of an order the judge issued in April, forbidding immigrants from being expelled to a country not their own without having a meaningful opportunity to challenge their removal. Immigration officials initially asserted that OCG had not sought to contest his deportation to Mexico, but then reversed themselves, saying that they were unable to find any officers had properly informed him of his removal, or heard him say that he accepted it. On Wednesday, the Trump administration said it was taking steps to follow Judge Murphy's order. Immigration authorities made contact with OCG's legal team over the weekend and were working to bring him back to the United States on a charter flight, according to the two-page filing in the case.
Yeah, this is a coming storm. This disregard for the courts, and my opinion is this is a slippery slope. There's a story here that I have, and I'm going to have to find it, that I'm going to talk about this slippery slope. But I need a good example of it. In the meantime, while we're on the topic of courts, looks like Donald Trump, for years, the Federalist Society, which is basically like the premier organization for conservative legal people, lawyers, judges, basically Amy Coney Barrett, Gorsuch, and probably all the conservatives have been associated with the Federalist Society. Leonard Leo is famous. And apparently, because of, some of these Supreme Court rulings that have gone against Trump, and also the, there have been quite a number of Trump appointees who have kind of ruled opposite of the way the Trump administration would want them to. Looks like President Trump has not only turned on Elon Musk, but he has also turned on Leonard Leo. And, apparently conservative does not necessarily mean MAGA. And I'm heartened to hear that, but Trump is not. So that's going to be, this dude has basically only taken 6 months to even turned some conservatives against him. So this is one of two articles. I've got an opinion piece on this topic coming up next.
Trump, bashing the Federalist Society, asserts autonomy on judge picks. This article is by Charlie Savage and read by an automated voice. President Trump appears to be declaring independence from outside constraints on how he nominates judges, signaling that he is looking for loyalists who will uphold his agenda and denouncing the conservative legal network that helped him remake the federal judiciary in his first term. Late Thursday, after a ruling struck down his tariffs on most imported goods, Mr. Trump attacked the Federalist Society, leaders of which heavily influenced his selection of judges during his first presidency. I am so disappointed in the Federalist Society because of the bad advice they gave me on numerous judicial nominations, Mr. Trump asserted on social media. This is something that cannot be forgotten. Hours earlier Thursday, the Justice Department severely undercut the traditional role of the American Bar Association in vetting judicial nominees. A day before, Mr. Trump picked a loyalist who has no deep ties to the conservative legal movement for a life-tenured appeals court seat, explaining that his pick could be counted on to rule in ways aligned with his agenda. Together, the move suggests that Mr. Trump may be pivoting toward greater personal involvement and a more idiosyncratic process for selecting future nominees. Such a shift would fit with his second-term pattern of steamrolling the guardrails that sometimes constrained how he exercised power during his first presidency. But it could also give pause to judges who may be weighing taking senior status, giving Mr. Trump an opportunity to fill their seats. Conservatives have been eyeing, in particular, the seats of the Supreme Court Justices Clarence Thomas, who will turn 77 next month, and Samuel A. Alito, 75. Conservative judges are going to be much more open to stepping down if they're confident that their replacements will be high quality, said Ed Whelan, a conservative legal commentator and former lawyer for the Bush administration. Trump's bizarre attack on his judicial appointments in his first term doesn't inspire confidence. Mr. Trump and his allies have expressed increasing anger at the federal judiciary as courts have blocked his actions, including his aggressive claim to wartime powers to deport migrants without due process, and his efforts to freeze grants and dismantle agencies without going through Congress. On Thursday, the U.S. Court of International Trade handed Mr. Trump his latest defeat. A three-judge panel unanimously struck down his invocation of emergency powers to impose import taxes on goods imported from nearly every country in the world. Two of the three judges were Republican appointees, one named to the bench by Mr. Trump. A higher court has temporarily paused the ruling. Notably, the Trump appointee on the trade court was not a Federalist Society archetype. Congress structured the court to require a partisan balance, so presidents make sets of nominees from both parties. The judge had worked for a Democratic lawmaker before becoming an aide to one of Mr. Trump's first-term trade officials. Yet Mr. Trump lashed out at the Federalist Society, blaming it for bad advice on whom to appoint to judgeships. He singled out Leonard Leo, a former longtime leader of the Federalist Society, who helped recommend his first-term nominees, and who exemplifies the conservative legal movement. I was new to Washington, and it was suggested that I use the Federalist Society as a recommending source on judges, the president wrote. I did so, openly and freely, but then realized that they were under the thumb of a real sleazebag named Leonard Leo, a bad person who, in his own way, probably hates America and obviously has his own separate ambitions. Mr. Leo and Mr. Trump had a falling out in 2020, but the personal attack was a sharp escalation. In a statement, Mr. Leo said, "I'm very grateful for President Trump transforming the federal courts, and it was a privilege being involved." Still, Mr. Trump's tirade strained an already uneasy relationship with traditional legal conservatives. Many share the president's goals of strengthening border security, curbing the administrative state, and ending, quote, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, said John Yoo, a conservative law professor. But, he added, they dislike some of Mr. Trump's methods, whether that is prolifically invoking emergency powers or insulting judges who rule against his administration. And Professor Yoo, who wrote memos advancing sweeping theories of presidential power as a Bush administration lawyer, said Mr. Trump's attacks on Mr. Leo were outrageous, calling for the impeachment of judges, attacking Leonard Leo personally, and basically calling him his traitor. As far as I can tell, Trump is basically turning his back on one of his biggest achievements of his first term, he added, referring to the reshaping of the federal judiciary. Earlier on Thursday, Attorney General Pam Bondi notified the American Bar Association that the administration would impede its traditional role in vetting judicial nominees. That work involves interviewing their colleagues, reviewing their cases and writings, and rating them for integrity, professional competence, and judicial temperament. The bar group says it does not consider politics in such vetting, but conservatives have long accused it of liberal bias. It rated all 3 of Mr. Trump's Supreme Court nominees as well qualified, and deemed only 3 of his 54 appeals court nominees to be not qualified for the positions. In 2017, the first Trump administration stopped the bar group from assessing potential nominees before any final decision. But it permitted the group to vet them after their names went to the Senate. Nominees signed waivers so the group could have access to non-public bar information, filled out ABA questionnaires, and sat for interviews. In a significant escalation, Ms. Bondi said in her letter that Mr. Trump's second-term nominees would not be instructed to sign waivers, nor would they fill out questionnaires or sit for interviews. The ABA declined to comment on the move. While Mr. Trump was out of power, a schism emerged between traditional legal conservatives and MAGA-style lawyers. The latter decided that politically appointed executive branch lawyers had constrained Mr. Trump in his first term, and began making plans to appoint a more aggressive breed of lawyer. But that conversation was largely about selecting executive branch lawyers, not judges. During the 2016 campaign, Mr. Trump had essentially made a deal with the conservative legal movement. In exchange for its support, he would outsource his judicial selections, like the Supreme Court seat left vacant by the death of Justice Antonin Scalia, to movement adherents. Throughout his first term, Mr. Trump nominated appellate judges and Supreme Court justices cut from the mold of the conservative legal movement. He accepted the recommendations of his first White House counsel, Donald F. McGahn II, a Federalist Society stalwart, with significant input from Mr. Leo. This month, Mr. Trump announced the first appellate nomination of his second term, Whitney Hermendorfer, a lawyer in the Tennessee Attorney General's office, for the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit. A former Supreme Court clerk to Justices Alito and Amy Coney Barrett, she appeared cut from the same cloth as his first-term selections. According to people briefed on the selection process, Trump officials including Stephen Kenney, a lawyer working for the White House counsel, Stephen Miller, Mr. Trump's deputy chief of staff, and Sergio Gore, the director of the White House Personnel Office, were involved in those deliberations. Mr. McGahn, now in private practice, is also said to have weighed in on Ms. Hermendorfer. But Mr. Trump's second appellate pick, announced on Wednesday as the nominee to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, was different. Emil Bove III, a Justice Department official and former criminal defense lawyer for Mr. Trump. Mr. Bove does not fit the mold of the sort of lawyer who has spent years frequenting Federalist Society conventions to discuss judicial restraint and originalism. But he has shown a willingness to aggressively use power in ways that Mr. Trump likes, including carrying out politically charged purges. Mr. Bove also forced out an interim U.S. attorney after she balked at his demand to drop a corruption case against New York's mayor, Eric Adams, when the administration wanted his help for mass deportations. The prosecutor, Danielle Sassoon, a Federalist Society member who had clerked for Justice Scalia, portrayed the request as unethical. In naming Mr. Bove, the president put forward an openly politicized and outcome-based rationale. His nominee, he said on social media, would do anything else that is necessary to make America great again. Emil Bove will never let you down. The choice has set off a debate among conservative legal circles. Mr. Whelan said a very conservative appellate judge had told him that he would not retire because of concerns over whom Mr. Trump would pick as a successor. In National Review, he warned of the, quote, danger that Bove, if confirmed, would leap to the top of Trump's list for the next Supreme Court vacancy. But Mike Davis, a former Republican nominations counsel for the Senate Judiciary Committee, predicted and welcomed similar picks ahead. President Trump will pick even more bold and fearless judges in his second term, he wrote on social media. And Emile Bove is one of the most bold and fearless of them all. Michael A. Fregoso, a former nominations counsel to Senator Mitch McConnell, defended Mr. Bove's credentials. But he also said that, regardless of what Mr. Trump is saying, the pool of candidates that he is picking from, and should be picking from, is still Federalist Society people. Professor Yu said the purpose of the conservative legal movement was to get presidents to stop treating judicial appointments as patronage and instead advance ideological goals. If Mr. Trump deviated from that path, he cautioned, the president risked the revolt President George W. Bush faced when he tried to appoint his friend and the White House counsel Harriet Miers to the Supreme Court 2 decades ago. Mr. Bush ultimately backed down. No matter the shared goals of the conservative legal movement, Professor Yu added, its members had a limit. He said they would not support him calling for the impeachment of judges or wanting to appoint judges who are not the best and the brightest, but instead are people getting personal rewards from the president, which is how it was before the Federalist Society.
Yeah, well, Back to the Future. This next one is on the same topic. David French is a conservative New York Times columnist, and this particular opinion piece, I would say I couldn't have said it better myself, but that would probably be self-evident.
Why Trump is mad at the sleazebag Leonard Leo. This article is by David French and read by an automated voice. On Thursday night, President Trump turned on one of his most important allies. A day after a 3-judge panel from the U.S. Court of International Trade, which included a judge he appointed in his first term, rejected his use of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977 to grant him expansive tariff authority, Trump posted a rambling screed on Truth Social condemning the judiciary. He posted his rant in spite of the fact that the court's decision was almost immediately stayed by a court of appeals while it considers the administration's arguments. Even so, the initial ruling was too much for Trump. He had to unleash. That's not new. He's been condemning judges who rule against him since before he first became president. This time, however, he went after Leonard Leo and the Federalist Society. The Federalist Society is easily the largest and most influential organization of conservative lawyers in the country. I was a member in law school. And Leo is long one of its key leaders. Trump declared himself so disappointed in the Federalist Society because of its bad advice on judicial nominations. But he reserved his real venom for Leo, calling him a sleazebag and a bad person who in his own way probably hates America. Leo helped Trump choose conservative lawyers and judges for both the judiciary and his administration. Trump's decision in his first run for president to publish a Supreme Court shortlist stocked with leading lights of the Federalist Society helped him win over skeptical conservatives in 2016. But there was a problem. The Federalist Society never capitulated to Trump. It's a decentralized group, and its members are stubbornly independent. I've spoken to dozens of Federalist Society student groups, and they can vary wildly from school to school. One chapter can be reasonably Trump-friendly, but never, in my experience, fully MAGA, while another is mainly never Trump. For every John Eastman, a Federalist Society luminary who was prosecuted and suspended from practicing law in California after he helped Trump try to steal the 2020 election, there are multiple Federalist Society judges and lawyers who've ruled against him or resisted him in other ways. The examples by now are almost too numerous to count. During his first term, Trump had a worse record at the Supreme Court, which had a Republican-nominated majority than any previous modern president. When he challenged the outcome of the 2020 election, Federalist Society judges ruled against him time and again. During Joe Biden's term, the Supreme Court rejected several MAGA legal arguments, and during his second term so far, Trump is faring very poorly in federal court. According to an analysis by a political scientist at Stanford, Adam Bonica, as of May, Republican-appointed district judges ruled against Trump 72% of the time. That number is remarkably close to the 80% rate of losses before Democratic-appointed judges. and the Supreme Court seems no more hospitable to Trump in his second term. It's already unanimously ruled that deportees under the Alien Enemies Act are entitled to due process before deportation. It's upheld a district court order requiring the Trump administration to facilitate Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia's return, and recently it ruled 7-2 against the administration in still another Alien Enemies Act case, holding that the administration was still not providing sufficient due process to deportees. Trump hasn't always lost, of course. He won important rulings at the Supreme Court that expanded presidential immunity and kept him on the ballot in 2024, but there is still an immense difference between judicial conservatives and, say, congressional Republicans. Most judges have a spine. Most members of Congress do not. Another way of putting it is that when there is a conflict between conservative legal principles and Trump's demands, conservative judges almost always adhere to their principles. Members of Congress do not. And don't think for a moment that it's a Republican member of Congress's job to simply yield to Trump. Constitutionally, Congress is a superior branch of government to the presidency, and it is explicitly designed to check the president. As James Madison wrote in Federalist No. 51, ambition must be made to counteract ambition. Trump is baffled. At the beginning of his truth rant, he refers back to the Court of International Trade and asks, where do these initial 3 judges come from? How is it possible for them to have potentially done such damage to the United States of America? Is it purely a hatred of Trump? What other reason could it be? Trump and I have something in common. We've both been thinking about why the judiciary has held firm when many other American institutions, especially conservative institutions, have collapsed. Why have a vast majority of conservative judges remained faithful to their legal philosophies when we've watched a vast majority of Republicans twist themselves into pretzels celebrating Trump for practices and policies they'd condemn in any other person or politician? I come from the conservative legal movement. I have friends throughout the conservative legal movement, including many Trump-appointed judges, and I think I know the answer, or at least part of it. The immense pressure that Trump puts on his perceived rivals and opponents exposes our core motivations, and the core motivations of federal judges are very different from the core motivations of members of Congress. Think of it as the difference between seeking the judgment of history over the judgment of the electorate, and to the extent that you seek approval, you place a higher priority on the respect of your peers than the applause of the crowd. If you ask judges or members of Congress why they do what they do, you'll likely get similar answers. They feel called to public service, but how do they measure their success? While politicians might respect the idea of the noble loser in theory, in practice that is not the path they take. It's become easy for politicians to rationalize their compliance. How many one-term senators or short-term members of the House have made a difference in American history, they ask? Look at all the Republican politicians who tried to stand against Trump and are now out of office. What did they accomplish? To matter, they have to win, and winning can soon become the only thing that matters. But in a court system built on precedents.
Yeah, I pretty much, I think everybody gets the gist. I'll be honest with you. I think that it's almost surprising how easily people who 30 years ago were talking about the left, the left basically being activist as far as, you know, judicial nominees and stuff like that. You don't ever hear it anymore. Literally, Trump is electing activist judges, people who can be potential activist judges. He literally expects his judicial nominees going forward, I guess, to be basically pro-Trump or pro-MAGA, which means, hey, if you bend the law or shirk the law, what is that but judicial activism? I think what's going to wind up happening is Trump is going to really kill MAGA just in this one term, this second term. Conservatives are not necessarily gonna yield just because they voted for a guy. And to be honest, you'll probably never hear me say this, but especially like the judicial guys, conservative lawyers, conservative judges, they literally are Burkean in that, hey, we need to preserve these institutions because the institutions are the fundament of a republic. And if you start weakening these institutions, you're not going to have a republic. And I'm just not sure why people don't really understand that. I don't know whether it's a lack of education or whether people are just, enjoying the cruelty, etc. But when you start getting like these conservative, like the Leonard Leo types, um, they're not going to just they're not going to necessarily be swayed by Trump's charming personality, and thank God for that. Basically, and this is my opinion, the conservative legal movement is possibly the last guardrail between Trump and just total ignoring the rule of law. It is literally going to come down to conservatives to fucking check this dude. And I hope they win. The only thing that really is going to be the ultimate check is Trump's age. So, I won't stay up on this soapbox, but we have a problem, and it is a self-created problem. America has gotten what it voted for, and you got 3 more years, kids. 3.5 more years, roughly. So the Trump administration has graciously given Harvard 30 days to contest ban on international student enrollment. Again, I guess cruelty is the point, and you don't have to be subtle about it. So, you know what? Let's look at the right-leaning headlines. It says here the Trump administration announced it might delay enforcing a ban on Harvard University enrolling international students, giving the school 30 days to respond to a federal notice. Secretary of State Marco Rubio stated that the U.S. plans to revoke visas for Chinese students connected to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields, increasing scrutiny on foreign students. I don't have a problem with increased scrutiny. Harvard University is challenging the Trump administration's attempt to revoke its ability to enroll international students, claiming it impacts about 27% of its student body. The court has temporarily blocked the ban. One of the reasons Trump is pretty pissed off. Critics include Harvard's president, claim the government's actions are a retaliatory act on academic freedom with accusations of fostering anti-Semitism and connections to China. Well, bottom line is, these universities like Harvard are actually good recruiting tools. Even if you want to say it's soft power, attracting people over here, you give them some pizza and some Chick-fil-A and they'll want to stay for life and become Americans. Again, Trump I don't know whether he and his administration are so xenophobic, and I'm going to say xenophobic versus racist, that they just don't get the problems that they could possibly cause going forward. It's almost like America has a bad habit since the Vietnam War, and maybe even the Korean War, of getting into these conflicts and really not having an end game. Afghanistan, Biden and Afghanistan were the perfect example. I'm struggling to see what the end game for Trump is going to be, especially given his age and his at least his statement that he doesn't plan on attempting a third term. I am saying I think MAGA dies with Trump, whether he's out of office or otherwise. And I actually think Trump is going to get checked before he leaves office. He's already 6 months in and causing all kinds of turmoil. I actually think he could get his agenda accomplished if he, kind of stretched out his timeline. Sending people to El Salvador due to administrative errors. There's a story that ICE agents raided a congressman's office. And I can't remember exactly the reason why they did. So now Trump's political, and the congressman was Democratic, a fairly famous congressman. It's not like he's a backbencher. Is it Jerry Nadler? Look up that story right quick. But all of a sudden, we're starting to see Trump like raiding political enemies, the opposite party. Things are happening, and people need to start being worried. He's hating the judiciary. He is raiding offices of Democrats. That is a problem. It is a slippery slope, and I don't hear anybody other than the actual conservatives pushing back on this. And it's going to be a problem. I think it was Jerry Nadler. Let's see here. Yep, here it is. And I'll just use CNN here because it's the first thing that came up. What's up, 12th man? Jerry Nadler, let's see. Federal agents briefly detained aide at New York Representative Jerry Nadler's office during nearby protests against migrant deportations. Federal agents with the Department of Homeland Security handcuffed and briefly detained a staff member in New York Representative Jerry Nadler's Manhattan district office on Wednesday, according to a statement released by the congressman. Video taken by the person inside Nadler's office, obtained and reported by Gothamist, that's a New York publication, shows one of his aides being handcuffed by an agent with the Federal Protective Service while another agent tries to access an area inside the office. In the footage, a second staffer stands in front of the agent and asks if he has a warrant. "You're harboring rioters in the office," the federal agent is heard telling her before walking in. In the background, the handcuffed aide is heard crying while someone tries to comfort her. The agents allegedly entered Nadler's office because they were told protesters were present and the agents were concerned about the safety of employees in the office. The Department of Homeland Security told CNN in a statement on Saturday, which is bullshit. Activists on Wednesday were protesting outside of Varick Immigration Court, located on a different floor of the same building as Nadler's office, in opposition to the detention of migrants at the courthouse by U.S. Immigration and Customs enforcement agents. Upon the officers' arrival, they identified themselves and said they were conducting a security check when one individual became verbally confrontational and physically blocked access to the office, the statement said. The officers then detained the individual in the hallway for the purpose of completing the security check. All were released without further incident, DHS said. Robert Gottheim, Nadler's chief of staff, told CNN on Sunday the Department of Homeland Security version of events was a total fabrication. The incident occurred as the Trump administration has taken extraordinary measures to crack down on immigration, aggressively pressuring immigration and customs enforcement to pick up the pace of migrant arrests and touting mass deportation plans. Nadler called the incident deeply troubling in a Saturday statement and confirmed Department of Homeland Security officers forcefully entered his office and handcuffed the staff member. President Trump and the Department of Homeland Security are sowing chaos in our communities using intimidation tactics against both citizens and non-citizens in a reckless and dangerous manner. If this can happen to a member of Congress's office, it can happen to anyone. I agree with that. I call on President Trump and DHS to halt the use of these dangerous tactics. Agents appeared upset because members of Nadler's staff witnessed the officers detaining migrants inside the building, and because staffers had invited advocates who saw the detentions to the congressman's office. Let's see here. Let's watch this video, and then we'll move on.
No, she did not. That is not what happened.
That is not what happened. Okay?
What?
Hold on a second.
White women's tears didn't work that time.
Hey.
We got you. We got you.
Oh no, Stanley, you gotta tell me about that one.
You're gonna be okay.
About what?
About
White
the
women's tears?
tears.
I'm not resisting. Stop resisting. You harboring rioters.
I want to go out with black chicks.
So there's not a problem. Let's work.
For what?
Let me see what's in here.
Oh, so what's your office?
Let's go. Come on.
You need to stay.
Hold it there.
Wow. Yep. Well, you know what? This is a slippery slope, but it will all come out in the wash, I imagine.
I think the whole country is starting to go off the edge a little bit, Stanley, because like the clubs are attacking, and you see these videos, and then you see the Antifa people attacking Christians in Seattle and all that shit, man.
What are you talking about? Whoa. Antifa. Put that story in the back.
Oh yeah. Well,
I thought Antifa had gone the way of BLM.
Well, I don't know what they do, but they wear masks and everything.
Okay, when was this Antifa attack you're talking about?
In Seattle.
When?
Last week.
Oh well, definitely find that news. I haven't heard hide nor hair of Antifa in quite some time. But I think the biggest problem right now is the Trump administration. They need to, they're starting to ignore those democratic norms again.
Well, I think we got to be careful standing between just like mass deporting people and thinking like, yeah, it's okay if you get a U.S. born citizen in there here and there. Overall, it's for the greater good or whatever. I think that's a big mistake.
Oh, it's a huge mistake. I heard that they actually deported an actual American citizen. It's like, you know what? That is scary.
If they were just at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay, no. You can be, this is America. You can be, there is no such thing as the wrong place at the wrong time, as long as it's not like a restricted government facility.
Right.
American citizens, there is no such thing. As long as you're following the law and you're not, you can be on a military base or in some federal building with a weapon or something, trespassing. As long as a U.S. citizen isn't trespassing, there is no wrong place. So I think it's unforgivable to mistakenly deport people, whether it's due to administrative error or for some reason or another you don't realize you're deporting an American citizen. That is literally reason enough to just stop a whole program. You don't hurt American citizens trying to get rid of people, who aren't American citizens. And if that means you slow down or don't meet a goal, who the fuck is going to tell Trump, hey, what your goals are? These are goals that he is arbitrarily setting. And I mean, I watch a lot of news on any given day. I don't see any grassroots uprising because Trump isn't meeting some lofty goal. So this is all in Trump's head, and it's much better to go slower and not deport American citizens. And if he's too stupid to realize that, it will come back. Like I said, Trump is going to be the one to kill MAGA at this rate. I don't see anyone else doing it. So, to me,
he's gonna wear off for sure, Stanley. But
well, I mean, he's got like the Federalist Society. They were bosom buddies there. Three Supreme Court justices. Basically with Federalist Society approval, and all of a sudden he's turning on the golden goose.
Well, didn't that 3-judge panel you talking about the tariffs? Because the appeals court went ahead and let the tariffs go through.
No.
Further arguments are made.
No, that's not what happened. There's an international trade court. And one of the appointees is a Trump appointee. They literally said him using that emergency power to set tariffs is illegal. Basically, they said there is no emergency. What are you doing? Now it's going to wind up. Let me find this.
The Federal Appeals Court stated. So now that Trump's tariffs are allowed to stand
No, it's all it might be the trade power itself that he's using to declare. They basically said he can't do that. That's going to go to the Supreme Court, I believe.
Oh yeah.
So it's not the tariffs directly. They're saying, hey, you don't have the authority to impose or declare an emergency.
Well, I got an interesting conversation with Grok, AI on X, and he thinks because of the fentanyl abuse and all the costs on our law enforcement and all that, Stanley, that the Supreme Court's probably gonna rule in favor. I mean,
no, I don't think. I actually do. I'd be surprised because it's not an emergency.
100,000 Americans dead from fentanyl a year.
It's not. Nope.
Okay.
Nobody's making them take fentanyl.
Wow.
nobody's holding them down in administering drugs. It's not an emergency. And to be honest, if I want to be perfectly cruel, I don't even think it's a health problem. If fools want to do drugs, let them.
Well, I agree with you to an extent, Stanley. Like, it's the Darwinist theory, right? Like,
No, it's not even Darwinist. It's basically pursuit of happiness. If you want to be happy, endangering your health, and you're not hurting anybody else. Now, the argument is that, hey, taxpayers, it's tax dollars that go to emergency, their medical treatment and
healthcare and
stuff
all
like
that.
that. So that is an argument. But if you actually asked me, I don't think it's an emergency. I think you just do your normal law enforcement. It's not an emergency.
Well, I would think Americans dying all over the streets is an emergency.
I do not think.
My
I do
opinion.
not
Stanley.
think. I do not think that self-administered harm is an emergency. So, bunch of folks deciding that, oh, hey, there's fentanyl. Charles, what's up, man? How you doing? You're slumming apparently.
Hey, Charles.
I'm trying to find that story here. Give me 1 second here. Because I had this story and here it is. Actually, this is even better. Because this is from the White House. This is from April 2nd. This is set the stage. It's his Liberation Day stuff. Let's see.
Oh yeah, we just talked about that.
Yeah, well, we can talk about it again because I want to see what that. There it is. It's a Reuters story. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back.
Stanley got a pee, y'all, and he'll be right back. He's gonna grab a beer and a Bud Light, and he'll be right back. Hang tight.
All right. So I found a Reuters story, which we'll go to next. But since we've taken this detour, this is the fact sheet. Oh, good. Well, Charles, at least somebody's doing something productive today. Apparently, I'm not. Of course, it's about 6 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. So this is the fact sheet from April 2nd. President Donald J. Trump declares national emergency to increase our competitive edge. That's not an emergency. Protect our sovereignty. I don't think our sovereignty is under threat. And strengthen our national and economic security. Again, we're not under imminent threat. And you know what? I see nothing here about fentanyl. So let me just go ahead and read this. Let me blow it up a little bit so my old man eyes aren't strained. So it says, pursuing reciprocity to...
No, you're older than me, aren't you, Stanley?
By several years. pursuing reciprocity to rebuild the economy and restore national and economic security. Today, President Donald J. Trump declared that foreign trade and economic practices have created a national emergency, and his order imposes responsive tariffs to strengthen the international economic position of the United States and protect American workers. Bottom line is that as far as the U.S.'s share of world GDP, that damage is done. Tariffs aren't going to improve that much. Large and persistent annual U.S. goods trade deficits have led to the hollowing out of our manufacturing base. I disagree with that. It was a conscious decision for American corporations to move operations overseas because they didn't want to pay American workers, the wages that American workers would, demand. So, trade deficits have led to the hollowing out. It was literally the Chamber of Commerce type of and corporations moving stuff. As a matter of fact, I work for a company who moved its textile operations to Mexico and other places. They closed down a bunch of mills and stuff like that because it was cheaper just to import the stuff. And then, they would do the finishing stuff here, but, they weren't weaving cloth or anything like that. So it says President Trump is invoking his authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977. That's what this court said he cannot do to address the national emergency posed by the large and persistent trade deficit that is driven by the absence of reciprocity in our trade relationships and other harmful policies like currency manipulation and exorbitant value-added taxes perpetrated by other countries. Using his IEEPA authority, President Trump will impose a 10% tariff on all countries. This will take effect April 5th, 2025 at 12:01 a.m. President Trump will impose an individualized reciprocal higher tariff on the countries with which the United States has the largest trade deficits. These tariffs will remain in effect until such time as President Trump, everything. Number one, he's invoking a power, declaring an emergency that isn't, just for starters. These tariffs will remain. Look, the main deal is Congress imposes tariffs. The only way the president is able to do this is by declaring an emergency. Tariffs are a congressional. Hold on. Tariffs are something that Congress has done constitutionally. The Constitution does not allow the president to do this. In 1977, Congress passed an act giving the president the right to declare an emergency.
Thank you.
I'm assuming. Okay. It's not an emergency.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's an emergency. I think it's an emergency.
Okay, well, you thinking that does not make it so. The court, this international trade court, disagrees with you. And one of it was a 3-0 ruling, and one of the three was a Trump appointed judge.
Stanley, the appeals court agrees with me.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
The appeals court.
Okay, the appeals court means nothing. This is going to the Supreme Court.
Of course it is.
Okay, and
for now,
this is a separate court. This is a separate court. There's several suits around these tariffs. Here, maybe this will make it easier. And just so you know, Trump does mention fentanyl, I believe. Yeah, there it is. For Canada and Mexico, the existing fentanyl migration orders remain in effect. So he does talk about fentanyl, but let me just make this easier for you. U.S. court blocks most Trump tariffs. This is from 4 days ago, and nothing has changed as far as I know. If it has changed, put the link in the back so we can update ourselves. U.S. court blocks most Trump tariffs, says president exceeded his authority. A U.S. trade court blocked most of Donald Trump's tariffs in a sweeping ruling on Wednesday that found the president overstepped his authority by imposing across-the-board duties on imports from U.S. trading partners. The Court of International Trade said that the U.S. Constitution gives Congress exclusive authority to regulate commerce with other countries. That is not overridden by the president's emergency powers to safeguard the U.S. economy. This is not an emergency. The court does not pass upon the wisdom or likely effectiveness of the president's use of tariffs as leverage. A three-judge panel said.
So can I ask you something?
Can you let me finish?
Yes, sir.
It says the decision to issue a permanent injunction on the blanket tariff orders issued by Trump since January. That use is impermissible not because it is unwise or ineffective, but because federal law does not allow it. So it might be a good thing. My question is why Trump has majorities in both the House and the Senate. Now he might need 60. I don't even know that he needs 60 votes, but maybe he does.
Not for reconciliation.
Okay, this is tariffs are not a reconciliation thing. I think you could probably finesse it. You could probably finesse it to be. However, all I'm saying is Trump has both houses of Congress. Why not just do it the right way? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Though, Stanley.
I'm sorry, what?
Especially, it's not that easily done, especially when you have people like Lisa Murkowski and all these kind of Susan Collins and all them that claim to be Republicans.
Okay, I think that's basically rhetoric. I think that's rhetoric. I think Trump, if he were what he thinks he is, he's got majorities. I don't know why he can't do it the right way. These shortcuts, and I'm gonna be honest with you, these shortcuts are the white boy way. Okay, when you can't get your way, you want to just circumvent the whole system. That is typically white frat boy, white mediocrity, etc.
Come on, Stanley.
It's exactly what it is. I have no idea what Solid Snake's talking about. It wasn't EPA regulation. We're talking trade. So you can take another sip and come up with something else, Solid Snake.
Well, you know, the United States have been dealing with trade since we bombed Libya in like 1648 or something. Like
1648.
Yeah, like they were going over there to Libya and bombing the fuck out of them because they were pirating our ships and shit over there. So it goes back a long way.
Now, this is interesting. Trump has claimed broad authority to set tariffs under IEEPA. The law has historically been used to impose sanctions on enemies of the U.S. or freeze their assets. Trump is the first U.S. president to use it to impose tariffs. Interesting. And you know what? Again, I don't necessarily mind him going and imposing or testing boundaries. But once you've been checked, just go ahead and find another way. Going and declaring war on the Federalist Society just seems like a temper tantrum to me. Trump is on. Hey, J Dub. Trump is off the chain, but oftentimes when dogs get off the chain, they get run over by cars because they actually don't understand. They don't understand the implications of being off the chain. There are guardrails and chains and stuff like that for a reason. I'm gonna be blunt. Trump isn't smart enough to actually have forethought. I honestly think he is like, how sometimes you'll have like a wild hose on your front lawn. You just literally have the hose just going wild because the water pressure's too high. That's what Trump reminds me of. So occasionally he's just a fucking wild hose.
Like the fireman's hose got.
That's right. You gotta. That's right. You gotta have about 8 firemen to hold that fire hose, or it just goes wild. It could kill somebody. So I'm pretty sure this is. I'm not sure. Because this isn't saying it. I don't know whether it goes from the International Trade Court to an appeals court.
What's a federal court, Stanley?
Well, it's a federal court, but it might go to appeals. I don't know that it goes directly.
They already ruled that the tariffs can stay in effect, bro. They already did that. Now we're waiting on the Supreme Court ruling. But
no, I hold on. I don't. Okay, dude. I don't know that they've been reversed. I haven't heard that. This particular story is from May 23rd. Let's see. This is a separate
appeals court.
Well, the thing is I think there's several suits. This is talking about a district court. The International Trade Court. Yeah, this is okay. There's several cases out there. This one's talking about the Northern District of Florida. The trade court is a totally different court. And what I'm trying to figure out is who is superior here. Who has the actual does the trade court overrule the district court?
Well, I'll send it to you in the back. It's a video, though, Stanley.
Okay.
It's like 1 minute long or something. Just send it to you there.
Okay. Now, this is National Review, which I don't have. Yeah, this is from May 28th. So that's what?
Just a few days.
That's Thursday?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so a federal trade court issued a major ruling against. So I think this is kind of the final say. And let's see if they say where it goes. I think it goes.
Not the final say.
Well, no. I mean, the final say before it goes to the Supreme Court.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it says here the Court of International Trade Judges ruling on the case were appointed by Presidents Reagan, Obama, and Trump, respectively. Trump appointed Judge Timothy Rife, identifies politically as a Democrat and was appointed under court rules requiring political balance. Under Article 1 of the Constitution, Congress has the ability to control tax policy, but the legislative branch has largely ceded its tariff authority to the presidency in recent decades. Some conservatives have urged Congress to reclaim its constitutional authority on tariffs, given Trump's enthusiasm for them. And these are conservatives that conservatives tend to want to be pro-institution or institutional.
Still on that ruling when the actual ruling right now is that the tariffs can continue under the Federal Court of Appeals.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying. The tariffs may continue. Tariffs pre-existed Trump. Tariffs have been around forever.
Yeah.
It is his declaring the emergency that is under scrutiny.
Well,
Even if the Supreme Court says, "Hey, you can't declare it an emergency," tariffs are still going to exist.
So let me ask you an honest question, Stanley. So China says 190% tariffs, just say for instance, and then we can't automatically do that, so we have to constantly be bent over and fucked, right, by other countries.
Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Okay. Apparently, you don't quite get my drift. We can tariff them, but it's an Article 1 power.
So we have to go through all the rigmarole while they
we actually, yes, correct. We have to follow the Constitution.
That's a bunch of rigmarole.
Yeah, that Constitution. That Constitution is an albatross around America's neck.
What does the Constitution say about tariffs? Tell me, Stanley.
The Constitution says that Congress has the power of the purse. They do taxes. Congress is in charge of commerce. That's basic constitutional stuff. The Congress ceding power to the executive because the executive reacts quicker.
Well, they already did that.
Okay, dude, I do not know why I can't finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
It's a constitutional power. And to be honest, we should have been addressing this 40 years ago. Congress, the reason we're in this trouble now with the administrative state is Congress has ceded so much of its power. Instead of Doge, we should have made Congress do their job.
But they won't do their job.
Okay, well, you know what? We're electing them. Basically, you can thank Congress for giving us Trump. Yeah, Trump is doing his own thing.
Stanley, you like parts about Trump too.
Not particularly. Like I said, I don't like Trump as a person. I think we could do better for president. We could have somebody like a JD Vance. He would be less objectionable. And maybe, he might have a brain, who knows? But right here, I'm going to reemphasize this. Under Article 1 of the Constitution, Congress has the ability to control tax policy. It's an Article 1 thing. So let's see here.
But you said they ceded that power to the president. Like, you notice
Right.
one
But
thing about
you
Joe
know
Biden?
how you
Joe
do
Biden didn't.
you do realize that Congress can also repeal laws, right?
Right. But Joe Biden didn't lift any of the
I don't
tariffs
care what Joe
from
Biden did.
the first term.
Joe Biden is not currently in office. I
Well,
don't care.
you remember the first Trump term,
I
right?
don't need to. I don't need to. I don't need to go back to Biden. We need to deal with June the 2nd, 2025.
Well, Joe Biden didn't rescind the original Trump tariffs from
Who cares?
2016 and 17. He kept them all.
Okay, and your point would be what? Trump was right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, Trump got something right. Congratulations. Now let's get back to June 2nd, 2025. Trump is overstepping his Article 2 powers. And Congress has pretty much let him. It's going to be bloody if the Republicans don't hold both houses come 2026. All right,
Yeah,
so
because
let's go ahead and get back to the
who's
flow
the
of.
Democrat leader?
I'm sorry, what?
Who are the Democrat leaders right now, Stanley?
Well, nominally Schumer and Jeffries in the House, at the House and the Senate and Congress.
Schumer is going to run for president, or how can
Oh, you mean for
Jeffries?
president? You know what? We need to get through 2026. I haven't really thought that far ahead.
It's all good.
Let me do this story right quick. Supreme Court, since we're on courts, Supreme Court limits environmental review of major infrastructure projects. That's no surprise. The Supreme Court limited environmental reviews in an 8-0 ruling on May 30, 2025, backing a multi-billion-dollar Utah Oil Railroad project. The ruling stems from a dispute over the Uinta, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, basin railway expansion and challenges to federal regulators' scope of impact analysis under the 1970 National Environment Policy Act. The court found regulators could consider direct project effects, but rejected evaluating wider upstream and downstream impacts, striking down the Chevron doctrine and curbing federal regulatory power. Justice Kavanaugh described the ruling as a corrective measure, emphasizing that NEPA was not intended by lawmakers to allow judges to stall infrastructure projects, while critics argue the decision will. Okay, dude, I don't need the running comments.
Okay,
they're distracting. The decision may accelerate infrastructure projects nationally, though project leaders still must secure approvals and funding, and opponents plan to continue legal challenges to the Utah Railway. Well, if it's 8-0, obviously they were overstepping something or another.
Yeah, I can't believe
if I remember Alito,
even Sonia Sotomayor voted for it. That's unbelievable.
So this next story is a little bit off the beaten path. We'll get back to courts and Trump here in a minute, but this story was weird. Tourist jumps fence, damages 2 ancient terracotta statues in China. You know, I remember when I was a kid, they're like these old terracotta like statues that were in some tomb or something like that that um, were kind of fascinating. The pictures were. So it says here on Friday, Ji An, a 30-year-old domestic visitor named Sun, bypassed security barriers and entered a display pit at the Terracotta Army Museum, resulting in damage to two ancient clay figures. Sun's actions involved breaking security measures at the museum displaying the Terracotta Army. Officials indicated he has a diagnosed mental health condition, and authorities are continuing to investigate the incident. Sun pushed and pulled clay soldiers inside the pit, damaging two priceless figures from the 8,000 strong Terracotta Army, which was created around 209 BC. Wow. To protect the burial site of China's founding emperor. Public security officials said Sun was controlled by security personnel after entering the pit, which the museum website states is up to 5.4 meters deep, and the display was open as usual at the time. An incident involving a visitor who entered a restricted area at the UNESCO World Heritage Terracotta Army site in Xi'an resulted in harm to a pair of historic clay figures. Okay, well, that's just repeating. And I don't know what to say to that. I guess maybe the guy was spooked. Maybe they ought to put a tall fence around him now. Bet they will.
Probably.
What's up, Calvin? Let's see here. All right, so this actually was rather interesting, and I hadn't thought about it, but Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and Sam Altman announced the end of smartphones, but Tim Cook isn't playing along. I think that should be no surprise. It says here, four tech giants are moving to replace the smartphone with devices that sound straight out of science fiction. From brain chips to digital skin, the future may already be underway.
What?
One major player, though, is refusing to let go. And I actually do have a comment on this. So, Elon Musk, the founder of Neuralink. Okay, I just do not know why you always interrupt me when I'm reading. Is there a reason? What's your comment?
Well, I was thinking that makes for the perfect slave, right, Stanley? If you have it in your skin on your arm, with, like your smartphone on your arm, or something, doesn't that make you the perfect slave?
Asking a black dude who's a descendant of slaves, let me think about that for a minute. Is there such a thing as a perfect slave? No more so than a perfect master, I would imagine. J-Dub asks, what could possibly... J-Dub asks, what could... Motherfucker, you know what? This is becoming very annoying.
I'm sorry, Stanley.
Damn, dude.
Like, you don't want it on your arm, though, right?
Okay, can I at least read the article so you have something to comment on? I haven't even read the article yet. And J-Dub, what the hell could replace smartphones? According to this, Elon Musk, founder of Neuralink, is advancing the concept of brain-computer interfaces, which allow users to communicate with machines using only their thoughts. According to the company, 2 human subjects already received implants. The aim is to remove the need for physical interaction with devices entirely. No tapping, no swiping, not even speaking. Instead, thought would drive action. Bill Gates is championing a different kind of interface. He is backing Chaotic Moon, a Texas-based company developing electronic tattoos. These devices worn directly on the skin are designed to collect and transmit data through nanosensors. Their applications range from health tracking to communication and geolocation. The tattoos effectively transform the body into a digital platform without the need for handheld devices. Meta's chief executive, Mark Zuckerberg, is placing his future on augmented reality glasses. He predicts that by 2030, these glasses will take over as the primary computing device, replacing the smartphone. Concept is to overlay digital content directly onto a user's field of vision. Instead of looking down at a screen, people would experience notifications, navigation tools, and communication features through transparent displays worn on their faces. Let's see. Apple's alternative path. While competitors set their sights on revolutionary tech, Apple CEO Tim Cook is sticking with what works. The company recently released the iPhone 16, a device that incorporates advanced artificial intelligence to enhance usability. You know what? My son just got an iPhone 16. Believe that or not. Guess I'll have to ask him to look at it. Wish I could afford an iPhone 16.
Yeah, they all got AI in them now. I don't think it's gonna make a big difference in the future, Stanley. It's all gonna be this AI powered phone, or like Elon Musk, like that Neuralink that can help the blind see, but I kind of see it as a slippery slope. You know what I mean? Like, you don't really want a computer chip controlling someone's brain, right?
Well, bottom line is they said we'd have self-driving cars by now, and I don't think AI is gonna be as big as people think it's gonna be. I think AI will be great, for search engines and stuff. I don't think we're quite at a point, and I'm 60. I don't foresee AI, doing massive replacement of more complicated jobs or skilled jobs before I
Being
die.
able to help the blind see or anything like that.
I said jobs. I don't foresee it. I think AI, in 100 years, will be, what we have. But I don't think. I actually, I almost have a counter, almost a Luddite level prediction. I think people are going to finally realize that part of our problem with, say, electing a Donald Trump is because we have let kids, it started with TV back in my day. We have just, kind of as a group, kind of given up our parental rights and or our parental responsibilities. I was listening to someone, I think it was Freezy's show yesterday, or it was late last night. I don't even remember. But someone started talking about just kind of got off track. You know what? Maybe I can't remember whether, I think it was actually Be Brave. Started talking about how schools have let us down and all this. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Education. I would almost go beyond a normal person's point of view that schools are not so much. Schools are basically there to kind of like teach the nuts and bolts The actual education happens at home. Okay, there should be a preschool education. There should almost be a post-school education. But the bottom line is that thinking that schools are like the main the main thrust of how we educate our children is why we're in the predicament we're in now. Okay, and every time I hear or see some kid who's got like an iPhone or, like a 4-year-old with a fucking, Amazon Fire tablet, they even make a kid's version of the Amazon tablet. I find that cringy. Like, why are you doing this? What do we do before tablets? What do we do before TV? And, I don't have a problem with kids using tablets. I don't have a problem with kids watching TV. But you know what? The one thing I can say is I used to get kind of a thrill, when my son would wake up on a Saturday morning and instead of hitting his Xbox, he's like, "Hey, can we go fishing?" Kids need to understand that there are alternatives and entertaining alternatives to sitting down and tapping on a fucking keyboard. So I just do not. I think that people are, hopefully they'll come to their senses and understand that AI is a tool. It's almost like the markets. You've got Hayek basically saying markets are almost like an autonomous thing, and humans should be doing what's best for the market instead of viewing the market as a tool to improve humanity, etc. Same thing with AI. AI in your brain or integrating yourself into AI is only something a fucking autistic moron like Elon Musk would even find desirable.
Oh, come on.
I honestly think we need to give as much money to Elon and his little acolytes. We need to make sure that they get this Mars program up to speed really quick so we can fucking get rid of them. Just send them to Mars, and then we'll just be fine here on Earth.
What would you send Little X to Mars too?
Send who?
Little X, Elon's son.
Well, I don't give a fuck. I'm not his parent. Why would I care? And by the way, I actually heard that Elon has like 14 children. And I read it like in a reputable magazine. So, hey, you know what? He can afford 14 children, but can those 14 children afford him? Doesn't sound like he spends a lot of time with them. And like I said, I'm dead serious. I think America should do what it needs to do to get Elon Musk on his way to Mars.
Wow.
What's up, Lupin?
Once some of y'all hit the link, and don't forget to subscribe to Stanley Cross 6000 and the Urban Landlord.
Well, all I have to say is hit the link, but I do have goals, which is to get through these news stories. I do actually have some provocative videos. 14 children is disgusting. Why? Hey, you know what? Having one woman bear 14 children is disgusting. He spread it out over several different women. No, not spicy. I said provocative, and when I say provocative, I mean intellectually provocative. And look at this dude. I wouldn't send the wealthiest immigrant. I would send the voters that As I'm advocating the worst. Yeah, well, luckily you're not in charge, Solid Snake, and there is no imminent threat that you will be.
Why won't Solid Snake come up here?
You know what? If
Problem.
he's drunk, I'm only going to be able to deal with one drunk guy at a time.
How many beers
This
you
is
had
this
yet?
is this is not an open panel. As a matter of fact, I've been meaning to talk to Portia about that. She should stop posting the link.
Well, then it won't be no more fun then, Stanley.
Oh well. I prioritize my fun over yours. Whoever said I was altruistic, they got that wrong.
I wonder why Solid Snake lost his wrench. Because he had a wrench for a
Well, wait,
while.
he still has a wrench as near as I can tell.
Oh, he did?
As near as I can tell, there's a wrench in the chat. All right, so let us move on, and we'll kind of stick to technology. U.S. cancels contract with U.S. cancels contract with Moderna to develop bird flu vaccine, and I definitely want to hear this. Dr. RFK Jr. has questioned the safety of mRNA technology, which I think is just totally retarded. I understand it. Anybody who's ever taken a cell biology class, which I've taken a couple, it's actually like just brilliant.
U.S. cancels contract with Moderna to develop.
Okay, RNA is not DNA.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Bird flu vaccine.
Okay, dude, motherfucker, I literally spent time in college learning this shit. If you actually think I'm going to sit on this panel and let you contradict me, you got another thought coming. RNA is not DNA.
Just twist
God damn it. No. It is literally dumb. There's a reason people go and they get education so they can know shit.
This article is by Apoorva Mandavili and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration has delivered its latest blow to vaccines, canceling a nearly $600 million contract to the drug maker Moderna that was intended to develop a shot for humans against bird flu. The decision also forfeited the U.S. government's right to purchase doses ahead of a pandemic and canceled an agreement set up by the Biden administration in January to prepare the nation for a potential bird flu pandemic. The Moderna contract built on a previous government investment of $175 million last year. The move was not entirely unexpected. The Department of Health and Human Services said earlier this year that it was reviewing the contract. And Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has repeatedly questioned the safety of mRNA technology, which is used in Moderna's COVID vaccine. First used for the COVID vaccines, made by Pfizer BioNTech and Moderna, mRNA shots instruct the body to produce a fragment of the virus, which then sets off the body's immune response. Andrew Nixon, a Health and Human Services spokesman, said, "After a rigorous review, we concluded that continued investment in Moderna's H5N1 mRNA vaccine was not scientifically or ethically justifiable." Moderna said it would explore alternatives for developing the vaccines covered by the contract, which were to be designed for several types of flu viruses that have the potential to cause a pandemic. Christopher Ridley, a spokesman for Moderna, defended the mRNA technology. Results during the pandemic speak for themselves, including demonstrated efficacy and a safety profile established in over 1 billion people worldwide, he said in a statement on Thursday. For several years, a type of avian flu known as hydrogen nitride has circulated around the world. killing wild birds and domestic flocks, and spreading to a range of other species including bears and sea mammals. It arrived in the United States in 2022 and has resulted in the culling of more than 173 million birds, frequently devastating commercial poultry flocks. Last year, bird flu also spread to dairy cattle. It has since struck more than 1,000 herds in 17 states and sickened 70 people, most of them dairy or cattle workers. In January, Louisiana reported the death of an older adult who had interacted with sick backyard birds, the first such fatality in the United States. So far, the virus does not seem to spread easily among people, but scientists have long worried about a bird flu pandemic because flu viruses can rapidly mutate and acquire new abilities. The national stockpile holds a few million doses of an existing H5N1 vaccine to protect humans, but it is unclear whether the shots would continue to protect Americans if the virus were to change significantly. The government has 3 other avian flu contracts, according to the health department. Many scientists regard mRNA vaccines, which can be quickly altered to match the newest versions of virus, as the best option for protecting Americans in a fast-moving outbreak. When the next flu pandemic occurs, there is not going to be enough vaccine for everyone who wants it unless we invest to broaden the types of flu vaccines being made and the number of companies that make them, said Jennifer Nuzzo, director of the Pandemic Center at the Brown University School of Public Health. We shouldn't let politically motivated attempts to unfairly brand mRNA vaccines as dangerous stand in the way of ensuring everyone who wants a pandemic vaccine can get one, she said. Mr. Kennedy's ideas for containing bird flu are unorthodox. He has suggested that instead of culling birds when the infection is discovered, farmers should let the virus run through the flocks. Then, he has said, farmers should identify birds that survive the illness and study them to identify the source of their immunity. Many scientists assert that would be inhumane and dangerous. Last week, Mr. Kennedy urged the Canadian authorities not to kill 400 ostriches that had been exposed to H5N1, and Dr. Mehmet Oz, who oversees Medicare and Medicaid, offered to relocate the birds to his ranch in Florida. Mr. Kennedy has long waged a campaign against some vaccines, particularly those based on mRNA. He has incorrectly and repeatedly said that the COVID vaccines using mRNA were the deadliest vaccines ever made. Experts said his views were out of step with the science. Pandemic preparedness is about being proactive, fast, and adaptable. The mRNA vaccine platform is all of that, said Dr. Amesh Adalja, an infectious disease physician and senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. The rationale given is likely fabricated and more of a function of RFK Jr.'s assault on vaccines, the value of which he evades, he added. Canceling this contract makes the world less safe.
Yeah, well, just a quick thing here. DNA versus RNA, just on the face of it, one is 2 strands versus RNA being a single strand. I don't even need to go farther than that. RNA is kind of like a maintenance crew for DNA. And dude, you know what? I don't know what the fuck it is with MAGA voters and just America in general being expert and anti-academic. RNA is not DNA. You could fucking look at it. You look at it in a like a picture, like an electron microscopic, like they're nothing alike other than, the basic building blocks. People need to just fucking stop spouting off shit they don't know. It is so annoying. And I motherfucking go through this almost daily in this John Galt fucking be brave fucking. It's why I don't even go on a lot of panels, because I just get fucking annoyed at some of the dumb shit people say. I just don't even bother. You know how John will get up on a Sharon Bracey panel or something like that. And, you know, I kind of used to get a thrill out of ruffling feathers. And I've just, you know, maybe in the past month or so, just fucking, you know what? When it gets too much, if I'm listening to a show, if it gets to be too much, I just fucking go do something else. Battling ignorance in America is a fucking full-time job, and I'm an old man. I want to keep like hope alive. So, you know, hopefully somebody younger will take up the mantle in this motherfucker. God damn it! Don't interrupt. I'm on a rant.
Can I ask you a
And by the
question,
way,
Stanley?
when I'm done, please do. And while I'm at it, everybody make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Hit the like button. Put a poll in my chat, just, you know, to make sure that folks remember to do it. I'm going to try and ask Portia to start putting that poll versus the actual chat. I'll just start dropping the links, you know, when I'm ready for folks to come up, and then I'm just going to be selective when I do it. Like the King Shenards of the world, you know, yeah, you might come up, you might not, but dude, I do not know why do you keep interrupting me?
Well, I'm just saying, if you don't like me,
Okay, and I'm just saying, stop it. I don't even remember what I was saying. Bottom line, DNA is not RNA. And stop fucking telling me shit that I learned 30 years ago. It's so annoying. So anyway, we'll move on. We'll move on from RFK's. Okay. Oh, I don't give a fuck. I know I let him up on the panel. I know he's here. Make sure you subscribe to the.
Hey, what up, everybody?
Make sure. All right. Apparently, the two of them are just gonna play off each other. Everyone, please make sure that you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Make sure that you support your host in his obvious time of need, because I'm going to need some goddamn beer after dealing with these two clowns. Please make sure that you subscribe to the John Galt, to the Stanley Cross channel. I did put out a new video last week. I will attempt to put something out this week, and it might just be clips from this show, where I keep telling people, hey, you'll get your turn. And let me also just give you my way of doing things. No, motherfucker, this is not equal. This is not a democracy on this panel. Okay. I can disturb you, but you cannot disturb me. Let me just be upfront about it. Once I get on a rant, and I try not to do them, but when I do, please don't disturb me unless you actually have something to add to it. I know the dudes who do have stuff to add. I know the ones who don't. So support your host. And also make sure that you support our executive producer, Portia J. I've actually not talked to her this weekend. I did get a text, but other than that, hopefully she had a good weekend.
I think she did a show this evening, didn't she?
She did what?
Well, yesterday. I think she did a show yesterday evening, didn't she?
If she did, I didn't see it.
Oh, they had a FBA versus the Tellers.
Oh, I thought that was. Oh, excuse me. I thought that was John.
Yeah, that was
Huh.
John Stanley.
Oh, that was John? Oh, I thought that was one of Portuguese right there.
Well, she restreamed it on her stream. Solid Snake.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was watching another podcast, another stream I was looking at earlier. I wanted to catch the beginning of it. And it seemed like, Stanley, man, you losing the argument socially, man. I think I'm winning, man.
There's a social argument?
Yeah, I think I'm winning. I think I'm on the popular side. I think I'm on the right side of history right here. I think you on the wrong side.
Well, I
You
think
and your
I didn't even
sidekick.
know. I think I wasn't even aware there was a social argument.
Oh, well, it's all passing now.
Thanks for letting me know. I'll pay attention if it's worth. So, sticking to the technology. A rock. Okay, dude. What?
Hold on, Stanley. 12 man.
What do you have to say, 12th man?
Well, I was just gonna say, if you want the jab, get it. If you don't. Can we
I have no fucking idea what you're saying. It's either you slurring, or it's the microphone. And honestly, I don't know which it is. Okay, motherfucker. Seriously, I don't know why I can't understand you. I don't know whether it is the drawl plus slur or a bad microphone. But I can tell you it's hard on the it is hard on the ears. I literally have to concentrate to translate what it is you're saying.
I didn't think that was that bad.
It is that bad.
Hey, Stanley, you know what you should read after this? I know you probably got it all set up.
All I have to say, there's a little.
The third story, the one labeled number 3, U.S. government's new strategic reserve billions. I want to read that.
12th man. Solid Snake is clear. I don't know what the difference is, but you've got a little fuzz. There's some fuzz in your audio. So what is it you're saying, Solid Snake?
Yeah, I was looking at that third story that they had on Most Read Technology about the seized billions that the United States going to try to use as treasury, I guess. I don't know. And seize crypto.
Yeah, well, that's another bad idea.
I was wondering about this story. I need to go to Washington Post sometime.
It seems inevitable now. I think between AI and crypto, we are just literally letting maladjusted motherfuckers like Sam Bankman-Fried and Elon Musk just kind of take over. These motherfuckers.
Hey, you know the hardest thing I'll ever have to do, Stanley?
These motherfuckers have no common sense, no personality, and why we are just so enamored. And I think Elon Musk has lost a lot of luster after Trump's first 5 or 6 months. I think to be honest, I think Elon Musk is toast. He may wind up being the world's richest man. I think he's going to go the way of Howard Hughes, just become a strange man. When he dies, it's going to be alone. He'll die alone, unshowered, with like 8-inch fingernails.
But you know what I do love about him? He's feeling the world.
I don't. No. I don't. Whoa.
We got 14
Okay, why do you? I don't care what you love about him. I don't want to know. Loving another man is kind of creeping me out.
Hold on, man. I said I love the fact that he did that. I didn't say I love him.
I think you love a male fact.
See,
Come
And
on,
it's creeping
and
creeping me out.
then it'll be the
It
big
is
braves of the
weirding me
world get
out.
mad at me. But
Don't
see,
bring that
it's all
stuff.
good though,
Don't bring
Stanley.
that stuff to
them
my
turn
panel.
it gay, Stanley. Them
Don't
turn it
That's what he's
gay.
trying to
don't
say,
bring
y'all.
that.
Y'all hear him over there.
You know,
Over there trying to call me out like that.
apparently that X
But if
in
it is
SpaceX is like some chromosomal thing.
Oh,
You need
okay.
to keep that.
All
You
right.
need to keep that secret.
That was deep. That was deep. But there you go. I'm a feminist. I'm anti-feminist. That's all I can
You
say,
know what?
Stan.
I have no doubt you are.
Yeah, I usually let a feminist come over here and beat me once every night just so I can relive the hate the next day.
All right. So moving on, a rocket scientist wrestles with backlash over her Blue Origin flight. I didn't even know who Aisha Bo was, but I approve. So she is an aerospace engineer. Love it.
You're listening to a rocket scientist wrestles with backlash over her Blue Origin flight, a news story written by Elizabeth Dwoskin and read by an AI-generated voice. In early April, I was looking at a beautiful Elle magazine spread featuring the 6 women who were set to crew the all-female Blue Origin flight into space. There was Katy Perry, Lauren Sanchez, Gayle King, and then my jaw dropped. There was my friend Aisha Bo, surrounded by celebrities. Bo and I have known each other for nearly a decade. She's a former NASA aerospace engineer and an entrepreneur. I always knew it was her dream to go to space. I figured she was managing a lot, so I held off on reaching out. I texted her a couple of days after the April 14th flight, asking if she was still basking in the glow. I was stunned by her response. I learned then that Bo had been dealing with a massive and swift backlash and lots of online hate, much of it racist and sexist. She understood some of the criticism, but she was shocked that so much of it was directed at her. Bo's story isn't just a familiar lesson in how the internet can tear people down, particularly Black women struck by sudden celebrity. It is also about how people can become unwitting symbols of a particular political moment in a way that strips them of the ability to make meaning out of their own story. In Bo's case, her flight became a flashpoint for a torrent of anger from the political left and from communities of color directed at tech billionaires who sought to build a closer relationship with the incoming Trump administration after the election. That includes Washington Post owner Jeff Bezos, who owns Blue Origin, and who sat in a crowd of tech moguls at the inauguration after Amazon, where he serves as executive chairman, donated $1 million to the event. Bo agreed to sit down with me for an episode of Post Reports, the Post's flagship daily news podcast, and she talked about the challenge of both acknowledging the widespread anger but also wresting one's own storyline and sanity from the haters.
Why would these people be mad that she went up into space? Any ideas?
Yeah, I was saying in the interview, like some of these
Propaganda, Stanley. It's not an idea. It's a
some of
fact.
these women,
She went for
some of these
propaganda.
women are dumber
Oh my
than
Lord.
shit.
How many drunk guys does it take to answer one question?
Some of these women are dumber than dirt, and they don't even belong in space, but maybe for 30 seconds. Imagine all the.
So let me ask you, given that comment, this woman's an aerospace engineer. Why would you think she doesn't belong in space?
And how many million?
Okay, motherfucker, just answer the question. No. Don't answer with a question. How about answer my question? Why would a woman trained as an aerospace engineer not belong in space?
Because she had to pay to go to space.
No, it was free.
Smart,
it was free. It was free.
It was free.
Yes.
It
was on Jeff Bezos.
I swear, because it was welfare. That's all it is. Another man taking care of women. Ain't that something? They do it all the time.
You know what? This is why I like This is why I like solo panels, so I don't have to hear stupidity like this.
Oh, we love you.
What are you
It
talking
is
about,
it is
Stanley?
literally space welfare.
Yeah, that's what it was. They couldn't even create an NBA league. They couldn't even create their own basketball league. They had to pinch money from the NBA players' salaries to develop an NBA league that the players can't even be involved in. It's going to be the same thing with the space race. They're going to
Well, you
fund
know what?
all women in there.
I
All
thank
the
God.
low-educated DEI officers going to cheat on those tests to get NASA. And I'm telling you, man, it's going to be hell to tell the captain, man. We're going to have rocket ships falling out of the sky.
I honestly,
I'm telling you, because they can't tighten that boat. They can't tighten that boat like a man can, Stanley. I don't care what you say.
I don't have
Nuts and
I
boats.
don't have a
That's what the
daughter.
country going to be ran on. Nuts
I
and
don't
boats.
have
Invest in
a
nuts.
daughter. Motherfucker, I guess I'm gonna have to turn this up. I don't have a daughter, but I do have a niece, and I pray she never meets a man like you.
What? Stanley, I take great care of a woman if she do right.
Yeah, okay.
And that's 90% of that. You know what 90% of that is?
Okay, don't
Leave me the
hey,
fuck alone.
I have
Leave me
said
the fuck alone and don't let nobody else in
I
my
have
damn house.
said
That's all
I
you
have
gotta do.
I have
I'm pretty
said what
easy,
I
Stanley.
said.
I'm pretty easy, Stanley. I
You
ain't
know
got no
what?
big old huge requirements for a woman.
I would not use the word easy as I would substitute simple for easy. You are simple.
Hey, I just want to be left alone and just don't let nobody else in my house.
You
can have
will
your own
be
little
you
room
will be
and
left
duck away
alone.
and just leave me the fuck alone.
You will be left alone. That much I know.
Stanley. I listen to women. And
think
man, it's
you
a
do.
certain way you got to deal with
Okay,
women, Stanley.
the women,
You got to always
hey,
let her know
you
you got the dominant
substitute-
hand. Otherwise, she
you-
going to start thinking she manlier than you. I'm telling you,
You know
Stanley,
what?
it's dangerous.
Motherfucker, you may be quiet to hear my response. That is your right to be educated. The problem with people like you and the other black manosphere types is you're not man enough. Okay, if you meet a woman, I do not know why you feel the need to talk.
I just want to make
All
sure
I
you're
have to
not
say,
gonna call me
all
a
I have to
beaver.
say is a man being intimidated by a woman deserves to be intimidated by a woman. You better be a bigger man
I think you're
than
using the
some
wrong
woman.
spelling. I think it's coming out.
And
I think it's coming out.
all this fucking, well, black women are masculine. That's because black men can't out masculine them, apparently. Women will.
Yeah.
Women will yield
Hey,
to the
Stanley,
right
when
man.
somebody talks to you,
Motherfucker,
you
god
listen
damn
with
it. How about shut the fuck up and let me finish? This is ridiculous, Solid Snake. Be a man and you will get a woman. Even if she is a little on the masculine side and strong, be a bigger man. I think every motherfucker who whines about a woman being masculine are pussies, without exception. So stop being a pussy and you'll get a woman.
Yeah,
Stanley, I believe Stanley, I know
Motherfucker,
women
I
that
don't
can whoop
care
your
what you
ass.
believe. I don't give a shit
I'm
what you
telling you,
believe.
Stanley,
I
they're gonna
said
have
what I
you in the
said.
house, man. They're gonna be beating you up and everything. You're gonna be scared to go out in public.
Dude,
I'm telling you, man, I know some dangerous women.
All I have to say is if you are a man, there will be a woman for you. If you are a decent man, I mean, there are caveats, but if you are masculine, you will attract a woman who is less masculine than you are. I'll put it that way.
Well, I attract all the black women. You know that, right, Stanley?
Yeah, no, Alaska, they must be beating down your cabin door in Alaska. So I'm going to go ahead and
Damn,
save
that was
this
cold-blooded,
article.
man. Why you gotta talk about
Yeah, well,
empowerment?
you know what? You
I
you
mean,
shouldn't
that's
be
cold
surprised
blooded,
that I'm
man.
kind of cold blooded.
That's highly
Um,
intellectual of you, Stanley. Uh,
I'm gonna go ahead and save because I kind of want to listen to her interview, but I'm gonna save it till um tomorrow morning to start off the show with
Tomorrow
because I don't.
morning.
Yeah, I don't meet too many female.
but
The
let
one
me answer your
female.
question though.
Oh
Why
my
was he
God,
on
why
that
the?
flight?
I don't meet
My
or
bad.
hear of
Don't
too many
say it.
female engineers. So there's actually only maybe one or two, and believe this or not, the two female engineers that I knew were just drop dead gorgeous. They were like cheerleader types. So yep, this one we'll save for tomorrow. So Palantir, sticking with technology, Trump taps Palantir to compile data on Americans. Palantir.
What
So
that is better.
Trump doesn't think Americans have a right to privacy. Apparently,
Of course not. Stanley,
Trump
we're
taps
moving into a
Palantir to compile
different
data on
area.
Americans. This
okay. Say that again.
We're moving into a different area of existence. Privacy is no longer a luxury. Privacy is a
Well,
detriment to society at
no.
this point.
Privacy is a luxury. I'm saying there used to be an assumed right to privacy, and that has been pretty much slowly eroding.
Well,
Since,
Stanley, when you got grown men going on, what's that little kids game? I caught one day. I caught his ass. Boy, I called the feds on his ass so quick. I snitched on that man. That motherfucker was grown and the motherfucker playing Roblox. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking at this motherfucker in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Get the fuck out of here, man. That's why I don't fuck with
no
Discord.
idea. No idea what you're talking about.
Never mind. That was some years ago, though.
Anyway, right to privacy has never been that solid a right, but I would say it's been eroding since the Patriot Act.
This article is by Shira Frankel and Aaron Krolik and read by an automated voice. In March, President Trump signed an executive order calling for the federal government to share data across agencies, raising questions over whether he might compile a master list of personal information on Americans that could give him untold surveillance power. Mr. Trump has not publicly talked about the effort since, but behind the scenes, officials have quietly put technological building blocks into place to enable his plan. In particular, they have turned to one company, Palantir, the data analysis and technology firm. The Trump administration has expanded Palantir's work across the federal government in recent months. The company has received more than $113 million in federal government spending since Mr. Trump took office, according to public records, including additional funds from existing contracts, as well as new contracts with the Department of Homeland Security and the Pentagon. This does not include a $795 million contract that the Department of Defense awarded the company last week, which has not been spent. Representatives of Palantir are also speaking to at least two other agencies, the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service, about buying its technology, according to 6 government officials and Palantir employees with knowledge of the discussions. The push has put a key Palantir product called Foundry into at least 4 federal agencies, including DHS and the Health and Human Services Department. Widely adopting Foundry, which organizes and analyzes data, paves the way for Mr. Trump to easily merge information from different agencies, the government official said. Creating detailed portraits of Americans based on government data is not just a pipe dream. The Trump administration has already sought access to hundreds of data points on citizens and others through government databases, including their bank account numbers, the amount of their student debt, their medical claims, and any disability status. Mr. Trump could potentially use such information to advance his political agenda by policing immigrants and punishing critics, Democratic lawmakers and critics have said. Privacy advocates, student unions, and labor rights organizations have filed lawsuits to block data access, questioning whether the government could weaponize people's personal information. Palantir's selection as a chief vendor for the project was driven by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, according to the government officials. At least 3 Doge members formerly worked at Palantir, while 2 others had worked at companies funded by Peter Thiel, an investor and a founder of Palantir. Some current and former Palantir employees have been unnerved by the work. The company risks becoming the face of Mr. Trump's political agenda, 4 employees said, and could be vulnerable if data on Americans is breached or hacked. Several tried to distance the company from the efforts, saying any decisions about a merged database of personal information rest with Mr. Trump and not the firm. This month, 13 former employees signed a letter urging Palantir to stop its endeavors with Mr. Trump. Linda Shia, a signee who was a Palantir engineer until last year, said the problem was not with the company's technology but with how the Trump administration intended to use it. Data that is collected for one reason should not be repurposed for other uses, Ms. Shia said. Combining all that data, even with the noblest of intentions, significantly increases the risk of misuse. Mario Trujillo, a lawyer with the Electronic Frontier Foundation, a digital rights group, said the government typically collected data for good reasons, such as to accurately levy taxes. But if people can't trust that the data they are giving the government will be protected, that it will be used for things other than what they gave it for, it will lead to a crisis of trust, he said. Palantir declined to comment on its work with the Trump administration and pointed to its blog, which details how the company handles data. We act as a data processor, not a data controller, it said. Our software and services are used under direction from the organizations that license our products. These organizations define what can and cannot be done with their data. They control the Palantir accounts in which analysis is conducted. The White House did not comment on the use of Palantir's technology and referred to Mr. Trump's executive order, which said he wanted to, quote, eliminate information silos and streamline data collection across all agencies to increase government efficiency and save hard-earned taxpayer dollars. Some details of Palantir's government contracts and Doge's work to compile data were previously reported by Wired and CNN. Palantir, which was founded in 2003 by Alex Karp and Mr. Thiel and went public in 2020, specializes in finding patterns in data and presenting the information in ways that are easy to process and navigate, such as charts and maps. Its main products include Foundry, a data analytics platform, and Gotham, which helps organize and draw conclusions from data and is tailored for security and defense purposes. In an interview last year, Mr. Karp, Palantir's chief executive, said the company's role was the finding of hidden things by sifting through data. Palantir has long worked with the federal government. Its government contracts span the Defense Department and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. During the pandemic, the Biden administration signed a contract with Palantir to manage the distribution of vaccines through the CDC. Mr. Trump's election in November boosted Palantir's stock, which has risen more than 140% since then. Mr. Karp, who donated to the Democratic Party last year, has welcomed Mr. Trump's win and called Mr. Musk the most qualified person in the world to remake the U.S. government. At the IRS, Palantir engineers joined in April to use Foundry to organize data gathered on American taxpayers, 2 government officials said. Their work began as a way to create a single, searchable database.
Just that little comment right there. Musk, the most qualified man to remake the American government. That's about the most un-American thing I've heard in quite some time. This is a government of the people, not of Elon Musk. And this is the crux of my problem with this Trump administration. Trump thinks the government belongs to him and his fellow oligarchs. They made that mistake back in the late 19th century. And look what it got us. So these guys, hold on one second. These guys are literally repeating mistakes that, the robber barons made. They're going to fuck up. And the reason I think this is Trump's not that bright. And quite frankly, Elon, if he is that bright, he's not that personable.
Why you?
These guys are fucking up, and their voters and all their little MAGA files are fucking up too. America's getting what it voted for. And I guarantee you Trump is going to be the reason MAGA fails. He invented it. He will take it with him. What's your problem?
I think you're just going to keep saying that till it comes true.
Yes, I am literally going to keep saying it because to me it's obvious.
How is it obvious, Stanley? You ain't never seen success.
Did you not? I literally just highlighted a comment.
Any administration, what successful policy have they?
What's going to happen is your dumbass just cannot listen. I literally gave you a quote that I find objectionable, and you just gloss over it. How about motherfucking deal with my point, then we can move on. Elon Musk should not be the best person to remake the government. He should not even attempt it. It is not Elon Musk's government. It does not say we Elon Musk. It says we the people. And if you motherfucking can't understand that, stop talking about America and all this shit. You are anti-American if you don't see an issue with that quote.
I do. I see an issue with your
ideology. What the fuck? Why are you asking me?
We're going to have to learn.
Why? No, motherfucker, we don't have to learn. What the fuck are you talking about? We have to learn, motherfucker. It's literally written in the Constitution. We have to learn the Constitution.
Okay, AI don't know the Constitution, Stanley. AI don't know the Constitution.
We got to teach the
morals into the artificial intelligence unit.
You better slow your roll. What does AI have to do with my point?
AI is going to become a big problem judicially, Stanley.
Again, totally off topic. Totally off topic. I'm zigging and you're zagging.
There's a lot of gray areas.
You are not even. There is no gray area. The only gray area. The only gray area right now is between your ears.
Okay, Stanley. But you saying that we should learn how we should legislate? Come on, Stanley.
No, I'm not gonna come on.
Do you even know the abilities of AI at this point?
Okay, we're not talking about AI. We're talking about somebody's quote. I think it was Karp's quote about Elon Musk being the best person to remake the U.S. government. The U.S. government is of the people, by the people, not by Elon Musk. He has no right.
The people,
he has no right. He has no right. He has no right to remake the government, and frankly, neither does Donald Trump.
What makes you think we doing this? Oh God!
Did you not hear the quote? They think they're remaking the government.
That's what you believe. That's what
Motherfucker,
your side
did you
believes.
not hear the quote?
But when y'all remade the government, did it do
Okay, you
America
know
any
what?
good
This
except
is what
increase taxpayer wages
I
and
made I
goddamn
made a
increase
point
taxpayer taxes?
I made a point about people knowing shit, and this is the second
And then
example
bought on a
I
whole
have
bunch of
from this
more
morning.
motherfuckers to come on and enjoy that goddamn good working money these Americans was making. Taking it out of our
No
goddamn
idea what
pockets
you're
and you just
talking about.
brush over that like it wasn't shit. Like it really
Yep.
helped America. Come on, Stanley. Stop it. You're missing a very, very, very big part of his administration winning the election. How can you keep saying you hate him when you don't want to admit the results that he's showing?
Okay, again, you're just making shit
You
up.
got a lot more political speech going
You
on
are
these social streets
literally,
now.
you
And
are
that's
literally,
due to Donald Trump.
you are literally unmoored from reality.
Oh, God. Stanley, do you think it's me or do you think it's you?
No, I think it's you.
Oh, God. Okay. You literally went to college to do what? Be brainwashed, Stanley? I just want to know.
No,
Tell
I
the audience.
literally
Tell
went
us
to
all
college to be able to read a newspaper article. How about you?
That's sad. That's sad. I learned to read a newspaper article when I went to school. I said, you know what? Some of this shit don't make sense, but I made a way for it to make sense. I found a use for the library, Stanley. Goddamn, why you act like college every goddamn thing? You gotta have ambition to do shit. You ain't just gonna just do shit because you think it's gonna lead you to success. You gonna take a goddamn chance, Stanley. Come on, man. Stop it.
Do you honestly think what you just said made any sense at all?
Well, maybe they're the ones that needed to reach. You know, I don't know. Shit.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just talking. I'm just saying words. Shit.
You are doing just that. At least you realize it.
For the IRS.
Is
that has
anybody
since
laughing?
expanded
Hit that
this.
like button, everybody.
Palantir is in talks for a permanent contract with the IRS, they said. A Treasury Department representative said that the IRS was updating its systems to serve American taxpayers, and that Palantir was contracted to complete the work with IRS engineers. Palantir also recently began helping Immigration and Customs Enforcement's Enforcement and Removal Operations team, according to 2 Palantir employees and 2 current and former DHS officials. The work is part of a $30 million contract that ICE signed with Palantir in April to build a platform to track migrant movements in real time. Some DHS officials exchanged emails with DOJ officials in February about merging some Social Security information with records kept by immigration officials, according to screenshots of the messages viewed by the New York Times. In a statement, Tricia McLaughlin, a DHS spokeswoman, did not address Palantir's new work with the agency and said the company has had contracts with the federal government for 14 years. Palantir representatives have also held talks with the Social Security Administration and the Department of Education to use the company's technology to organize the agency's data, according to 2 Palantir employees and officials in those agencies. The Social Security Administration and Education Department did not respond to requests for comment. The goal of uniting data on Americans has been quietly discussed by Palantir engineers, employees said, adding that they were worried about collecting so much sensitive information in one place. The company's security practices are only as good as the people using them, they said. They characterized some DOJ employees as sloppy on security, such as not following protocols in how personal devices were used. Ms. Shia said Palantir employees were increasingly worried about reputational damage to the company because of its work with the Trump administration. There is growing debate within the company about its federal contracts, she said. Current employees are discussing the implications of their work and raising questions internally, she said, adding that some employees have left after disagreements over the company's work with the Trump administration. Last week, a Palantir strategist, Brianna Catherine Martin, posted on LinkedIn that she was departing the company because of its expanded work with ICE. For most of my time here, I found the way that Palantir grappled with the weight of our capabilities to be refreshing, transparent, and conscionable, she wrote. This has changed for me over the past few months. For me, this is a red line I won't redraw. Alexandra Berzon, Hamid Aliaziz, and Tara Siegel-Bernard contributed reporting.
Dave, let me ask you a question. Do you know the difference between leading and ruling? I think what Trump is trying to do right now is ruling America, not leading it. Get
Golly,
back to
Stanley,
me.
you know what I just realized?
Get back to me if you know the difference, Deacon Dave. What is it, Solid Snake?
Why so many people on your chat got me blocked?
I have no idea.
Dang.
How do you know you're blocked?
No, because I don't see but one person in the chat.
It's probably
I don't
only
know,
one
'cause I'm
person.
in the chat something.
There's probably only one person in there.
Or do you think everybody just, well, everybody, you know what those status, you know what I was thinking about the other day? You need to do you more of them streams like you did the other day. And man, see, then I come in the chat and I get it sparked or something or whatever. And maybe whoever you have on the panel, that you clip or whatever, because you be having you got some good material, man. You just ain't utilizing it, man. I think you need to stop drinking, Stanley.
Why do you think I'm drinking now?
I don't know. Because you on
I'm
the channel
not.
working. But like when you get out, I want you to take some of them clips like from your history. Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't have some great conversations, man. You don't have some awesome arguments. And then just, you know what I'm saying, just go and start clipping them up as shorts, man. Get your view hours up so you can get monetized.
Yeah, I'm working on it. So let's see what we got here. This actually interested me. $105 million reparations package for Tulsa race massacre unveiled by mayor. So black mayor, reparations. Seems like a magic formula.
$105 million reparations package for Tulsa race massacre unveiled by mayor. This article is by Audra D.S. Birch and Brina Kerr and read by an automated voice. The Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921, one of the most horrific episodes of racial violence in U.S. history, killed up to 300 black residents and destroyed a neighborhood. More than a century later, the city's mayor announced a $105 million reparations package on Sunday, the first large-scale plan committing funds to address the impact of the atrocity. Monroe Nichols, the first black mayor of Tulsa, unveiled the sweeping project, named Road to Repair. It is intended to chip away at enduring disparities caused by the massacre and its aftermath in the Greenwood neighborhood and the wider North Tulsa community in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The centerpiece of the project is the creation of the Greenwood Trust, a private charitable trust, with the goal of securing $105 million in assets, including private contributions, property transfers, and possible public funding, by next spring, the 105th anniversary of the attack. The plan does not include direct cash payments to the two last known survivors of the massacre, who are 110 and 111 years old. But such payments could be considered by the Trust's Board of Trustees, according to Michelle Brooks, a city spokeswoman. Mr. Nichols, who announced the creation of the Trust Fund at a gathering in Tulsa to commemorate the city's first Tulsa Race Massacre Observance Day, said a plan to restore Greenwood, a neighborhood that was so prosperous before the attack that it inspired the name Black Wall Street, was long overdue. 104 years is far too long for us to not address the harm of the massacre, Mr. Nichols said in an interview before the announcement. He added that the effort was really about what has been taken from a people and how do we restore that as best we can in 2025, proving we're much different than we were in 1921. Unlike some similar efforts by cities, states, and universities across the country to establish reparations.
Do you now?
Okay, I know you disagree with me on everything I say. But Stanley, when was the Tulsa Massacre?
105 years ago.
Okay, now think about it. So over the course of 105 years, we, the Black Americans, couldn't rebuild a Tulsa-style institution, right? But we, as African Americans, can consider ourselves better than the Africans in their own nation. They literally got their own damn Wall Street, but we over here crying for reparations, and you got all these billionaires, black people. I want to say the other word, but you know, we're going to keep it clean. But you telling me all that money circulating through African American society, and we haven't developed a Black Wall Street at this point? Is the Wall Street?
Okay, let me go ahead because you
really?
Okay, let me go ahead and answer the question in several parts because you asked kind of several questions. Number one, Tulsa was a particular point in time. I've never been to Oklahoma. I'm not responsible. I don't have relatives there. So many bad so many bad ideas in those questions that I don't even know where to begin. Millions and billions and millions of people. Not every black person is responsible or suffered due to you know what happened in Greenwood. Okay, what happened in Greenwood. The other thing is it's almost offensive when you bring in comparing the same bullshit that other people want to do with these cultural comparisons and relativistic arguments. Okay, do not, Solid Snake, do not interrupt me. I'll let you know when I'm done. And I'm dead serious about this. It is ignorant to even do this comparison with Africa. It's borderline offensive and maybe outright offensive. Tulsa happened 105 years ago. I'm 60.
And
so
we
it
still
was 40 years before. Motherfucker, do not interrupt me. I literally just said that, did I not? Stupidity infuriates me. Why you would bother talking about Africa and Africans with Tulsa is beyond me, other than you have just been brainwashed by fucking like the Be Braves of the world. It was damage done. It was damage done. And if you're expecting black people nationwide to fucking pass the collection plate, you're out of your mind.
That's what you see it as, Stanley.
Motherfucker, really do not interrupt. Do not interrupt.
Well, you keep pausing.
I don't know. I do not know why you feel the need to interrupt, but expecting all the black people in America to put together a collection plate or contribute to a collection plate to rebuild the Greenwood neighborhood of Tulsa is fucking ridiculous. So if it is a local matter for starters and possibly a federal government reparation sort of issue, but expecting me to contribute to something that happened in Tulsa is retarded. And I don't know where they taught you fucking far-right MAGA Negroes how to think critically. I don't think they actually did. Dumb questions, really, there are such things as dumb questions.
Okay, but why you find it interesting then?
I find it interesting that you would think that Tulsa was something that black people should pay for to replace.
I'm not talking about Tulsa, Stanley. I'm talking about the idea of what we're arguing about. for 105
What are we?
years.
What are
We
we?
haven't
Well,
had
you
a
know what?
conglomerate of black billionaires
Apparently,
and investors
okay,
invested in
motherfucker,
African
you are
American.
over talking. I don't know. This is not B Brave's panel.
I'm not being
I
brave.
don't get impressed by babble. I actually listen to what you say. I stopped an article about Tulsa to field your bad questions, and now you want to act like that's not what you were talking about? Motherfucker, I heard you. Black people paying for damage that they didn't cause is retarded. It's respectability politics. And even Booker T. Washington would be turning over in his grave at that very bad question. And I was also going to bring up Bruce's Beach, but I'm not going to even fucking bother doing that. Let's just finish this.
The plan in Tulsa directly addresses the impact of a specific historical event. The movement for reparations, addressing slavery and the country's history of racism, gained traction in 2020 when the murder of George Floyd prompted a nationwide conversation about racial injustice. Many of the proposals are still being explored, though large segments of the U.S. population oppose reparations as the Trump administration purges the federal government of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. On the state level, Governor Wes Moore of Maryland, the nation's sole black governor, recently vetoed legislation that would have created a commission to study reparations. The state of California apologized last year for the discriminatory treatment of Black Americans and approved
Yeah, I was
some
going to talk
reparations
about
initiatives
Bruce's
that
Beach.
stopped short of
Let me
financial
also make a
restitution.
quick point. And Bruce's Beach out in Manhattan Beach, California, is literally the perfect example. Bruce's Beach was taken by eminent domain. Who knows? Untold amounts of generational wealth were lost. Okay, they wound up giving the family $20 million and they're going to rent, I think California's going to rent the beach out. So there's some annual income generated. But who's to say that, wise management could have generated way more than $20 million? Imagine the kids who didn't have opportunities to go to college and other types of education, the businesses that could have been spawned off. And someone like a Solid Snake would have every black person in America pass the collection plate with nickels and dimes and fucking buy the beach back. It was taken legally, or if not, it was made legal with eminent domain. It was taken under shady circumstances. Why should we pay to get something that was taken back? That's basically paying a ransom.
No, that's called an example of power for black wealth.
That is retarded.
Like
that is literally retarded. Why should we pay? Why should you pay for something that was taken from you?
Well, why you gonna cry about it? I told you, Stanley.
Who the fuck is, dude? I'm about to put you in the back again. I will not. Who the fuck is crying about it? I'm just pointing out that it happened in addressing your idiotic questions.
That's not complicated, Stanley.
It is. You know what? Your point is not complicated, but it is idiotic. Why should black people pay ransom for something that was taken?
Why would you feel that way, Stanley?
Why should black people who don't
we don't have to have this conversation 105 years later?
Okay, you know what? I leave the stupidity to you and the John Galts of the world. Y'all can fucking suck a white dick and pray and pray to your master and and pray to your masters for forgiveness for wanting something that was taken away from you. We'll pay to get it back, massa. We'll pay. Fuck that.
Why you gotta be so racist? Why you gotta
You
call
know
him a
what?
white man?
I'm
Why
not
you gotta
being
take the
racist.
white dick?
How am
Why
I being
gotta be sucking
racist?
on the white dick though? Why I gotta be a white
You
man?
know
Right?
what? Because you like the taste.
See, if you was real pro-black, you would have said a black.
Motherfucker, who the hell says I'm pro-black? I'm anti-stupidity.
Oh God, that's if that's what make you feel better.
It makes me feel great. Can I carry on with this article?
All this damn crying. Go ahead.
Who the fuck is crying?
You.
See, okay,
You're talking
dude,
about something that happened 105 years ago.
what you and the anti-black blacks want is for black people to take it up the ass and then pay to have it taken out of their ass. Some black people are not. Some black people are not acquiescent to the degree that the anti-black blacks are. No, I'm not going to take it up the ass and say, thank you, sir, may I have another, like you and the other anti-black blacks. That's why y'all need to shut the fuck up and just do what you're going to do and stop floating that bullshit behind to blacks who have some pride. Apparently, you have no pride. And let's just leave it at that.
I know what type you respect.
Motherfucker, I don't respect people who don't respect history.
What history, Stanley? You think 105 years arguing about Tulsa, Oklahoma is going to be some kind of leap forward for black people?
Do you actually
think all of a sudden we're going to get that money from
God damn it, stop fucking over talking me. Do you fucking understand how annoying you are?
I don't know, man.
No, I do know. Okay, that you think this is supposed to address some advancement issue is fucking retarded.
Then what's the purpose of it?
How about compensating for damage done, motherfucker? It has nothing to do with advancing. Maybe you ought to fucking pull a book out and read it. So goddamn annoying. How about just not say shit about stuff you don't either understand or know? Fuck.
Are you through? City to establish a reparations program in 2021, distributing housing grants meant to make up for past discriminatory housing practices. The program is funded by the city's cannabis sales tax and by real estate taxes. Last year, the city was sued by a conservative organization, which argued that the program was unconstitutional because it discriminated against non-black residents. The case is pending. In Tulsa, the Greenwood Trust resources will be divided into 3 general areas: a $24 million housing fund for homeownership and housing assistance, a $60 million cultural preservation fund for building improvements and cleaning up blight, and $21 million for land acquisition and development, small business grants, and scholarships. As part of the program, the city intends to release 45,000 pages of historical documents related to the 1921 massacre, including Greenwood property records. Mr. Nichols will act as a spokesman for the trust, but fundraising will be handled by an executive director whose salary will be paid by private funding. The City Council would have to approve any public money or city-owned land used by the trust. Mr. Nichols acknowledged that residents might not support a project that uses public funds. Mr. Nichols said he has been working on a framework to address the disparities created by the massacre with help from the city's legal department. He reviewed other proposals from local community organizations and a city commission and discussed the general plan with city council members and descendants of the massacre's victims. One of the points that stayed with him from those talks, he said, was the destruction not just of what Greenwood was, but also what it could have been. You would have had the center of oil wealth here and the center of black wealth here at the same time, he said, referring to the area. That would have made us an economic juggernaut and would have probably made the city at least double in size. Back then, Greenwood was filled with restaurants, theaters, hotels, grocery stores, and houses. On May 31st and June 1st, 1921, a white mob descended on the district and burned it to the ground. Some 1,250 homes were destroyed and 35 blocks were razed. A federal report issued in January recast the massacre as a, quote, a coordinated, military-style attack by white citizens, not the work of an uncontrolled mob. The toll was devastating beyond the death and destruction. To many historians, civil rights lawyers, and activists, that single event entrenched economic, educational, and health disparities in Greenwood and North Tulsa for generations. Over decades, the survivors, descendants of Greenwood residents, and their supporters have demanded justice from the city of Tulsa and other government entities. In 2021, the city apologized for its role in the massacre. The last two known survivors, Leslie Benningfield Randall and Viola Ford Fletcher, sought reparations through the courts. The Oklahoma Supreme Court dismissed their case last June. Ms. Randall attended Sunday's announcement of the reparations package with LaDonna Penny, 53, a granddaughter. In an interview, Ms. Penny...
Let me help the slower people in the audience, including the one who's up on the panel. Nobody's suing individuals or groups of individuals. You need to take yourself out of your motherfucking feelings. Mike from Boston and Solid Snake is just business. Nobody's suing individuals. Nobody's even suing anyone alive today. Get the fuck over it.
Wait a minute.
Motherfucker, don't you tell no. You do not tell me to wait a minute. Who the fuck are you?
Oh, so what you're gonna do is
yes, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do what I want to do, and I'm gonna say what I want to say. I don't like stupidity.
Well, Stanley,
I will call it out when I see it, and I will basically tell folks to stop acting like this is something personal. If you've ever done a civil suit for damages, that's essentially what this is. Get the fuck over it.
105 years,
motherfucker. I'm not. Yeah, 105 years. Motherfucker, does murder have a statute of limitations?
Stanley.
Okay, answer my question.
Stanley.
Answer my question.
When
answer, does murder have a does murder have a statute of limitations? That's all I need you to answer. Don't go. We can move to whatever foolishness you want to get to after my question is answered.
Okay, so how you gonna have a trial against a dead man?
Does murder have a statute of limitations?
And then to be past 105 years since that time.
This is why I don't like. This is why I don't.
Do the American public?
This is why I do not like engaging with people on this channel. Nobody can answer a fucking direct question. Most times you don't know the answer is why you don't answer the question. I rarely ask questions I don't already know the answer to. Stop the fucking MAGA whining. If you don't know the answer, just say you don't know and we can move on. We know it's 105 years ago. We know there was damage done. There was probably immeasurable generational wealth loss. The idea that black people nationwide during Jim Crow should have tossed money into a hat to undo damage they didn't cause is motherfucking coonish.
I'm just asking why they didn't build the numbers.
Don't stop just asking stupid questions. Seriously. And I don't usually get this annoyed. Dude, I don't get this annoyed stone cold sober. The fucking question is trash. And if you stopped and fucking thought about it for about 10 seconds, you would be too embarrassed to ask the question. Okay, this isn't just a matter of political orientation. This is literally a matter of critical thinking. Okay, you see people break. Motherfucker, do not interrupt me. I'm not done yet. I am not done yet. People bring civil suits all the time for past actions. Get the fuck over it. It either works or it doesn't, but this fucking 5th grade level analysis of history, fuck yeah, it happened 105 years ago. We celebrate holidays of shit that happened 250 years ago. What the fuck is wrong with celebrating or holding the government accountable? The other thing people don't seem to understand is that institutions live centuries longer sometimes than regular people do. That's why you don't sue George Washington or fucking whoever was president or governor at the time. You sue institutions. Man, this is like basic stuff here.
The 1921 atrocity will raise private funds for housing,
Motherfucker, do we celebrate
and economic development?
Do we celebrate July the 4th, Solid Snake? If the answer is yes, then 105 years, something happened 105 years ago is not unreasonable. Get the fuck. Get your brain in gear.
That's sad.
It is sad that you can't fucking engage
I wish
your
more of
brain.
them motherfuckers on that stage going beg somebody for a job instead of begging somebody to waste their goddamn time legislating for this bullshit.
How do you know they don't have jobs?
That'd be a good use of all their time. Get
you
out
will
there and
answer my
advocate for
question.
jobs.
How do you know they don't
I
have
get sick of
jobs?
these goddamn begging
How
ass
do
rich
you
people,
know
begging
they
ass
don't
educated
have
people too.
jobs?
Stop it.
Okay, motherfucker, I don't know. You must be used to being on a John Galt panel or a Here for the Tea panel. We take breaths between our statements. How do you know these people don't have jobs? The guy speaking certainly does. He's the mayor. Anyway, I think it's time we moved on.
And that was his best idea. That was his best idea.
Solid Snake, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You're making all these judgments from a fucking newspaper picture.
Mm-hmm.
You have no clue whether the man has a job. Dude, you probably have no idea where Greenwood is. The only reason you know that Tulsa happened is you probably just learned it 5 minutes ago.
Sure, Stanley. Sure.
You know what? It would not surprise me.
Sure. Of course. I don't spend time wasting my time reading on how we can monetarily gain assets from the federal government through some type of bullshit lawsuit when we could be doing the goddamn work ourselves. Hell, we should have don't forgot about this.
You need to define who the fuck we is. I keep telling you, anti-black morons, that there is no we. Fucking take care of yourself. in this bullshit about black people nationwide taking up a collection to fucking replace damage that white racists did is fucking offensive. If you want to be Uncle Tom's, go to another motherfucking panel. Go to B Brave's panel. What's up, CK? When I say, hold on one sec, CK. When I say that the anti-black coons are a bigger potential demise for the American black community, the legacy black community, and the communities in quotes, white racists have no immediate threat. It's the fucking internal coons that are our personal black hole. They're going to suck the whole goddamn community down the drain.
Oh, God.
Yeah, motherfucker, I said it. And
yeah,
I challenge a motherfucker to come up on this panel and out-argue the point. You're not going to do it, Solid Snake. You're not capable.
You just contradicted yourself through your little diatribe.
How did I contradict myself?
Well, think about what you just said.
Motherfucker, just tell me.
But 105 years later, we still arguing the same goddamn point.
We still celebrate July the 4th.
Oh, God.
See, what the coons want to do is be selective. If it's a
what
white
the
holiday,
coons want to do is hold y'all black ass accountable.
If it's a white holiday, we're gonna motherfucking put some
collection.
If it's a white holiday, we're gonna put some possum grease in our hair and put on our tap shoes so we can fucking do a fucking Al Jolson on Main Street, wrapped in a motherfucking American flag. But if black people got hurt and fortunes destroyed and generational wealth not coming to fruition, well, hell, you need to work harder. That motherfucking respectability politics bullshit is over. It's time for the adults to fucking take over the legacy black community, and y'all can sit your asses on the porch and fucking smoke pot or drink iced tea or whatever the fuck coons do.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that, CK.
I tell you what them coons ain't doing. They ain't investing.
These motherfucker, what are you investing in? Seriously, why are you the best representative of the best of the black community? You're not. You really need to understand that maybe you should get someone who's a little bit more qualified to talk about this shit. CK, I'm sorry. I'm just like, I don't usually even get this fucking pissed off without having a few beers first. This motherfucker is just, the coonery is egregious.
Just gonna deflect while I'm off panel, huh? Ain't that so?
I'm not only deflecting, I'm offending. I hope I am truly offensive to your dumb ass.
The only thing that offensive is your perception I have of you when you start doing this childish crap.
I hope and pray that I am offending you.
Okay, well, while you got me on panel, I'm gonna say it. Everybody hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the subscribe button. Support our host, $10 a day for Portia J, and give Stanley some 211 money so he can go buy a real bill.
No, Webster Papadopoulos, I am not the potential demise of the whole motherfucking country. You keep eating that fucking half-witted white trash bullshit that the B Braves and the and the people of his ilk are handing out, and you will literally be arguing in YouTube chat rooms for the duration of your life.
Oh, that's cold blooded, man. You can't stand for somebody to come put their foot in your. See, I get it. I get it. I get it. You just
CK,
want to
what
be
you got?
Karen all of a sudden. You just being
So
Karen.
I
don't know why.
I can't be fussing at these people all morning. It's like, I cannot believe you motherfuckers will put on a tricorn hat. I'm still flabbergasted that you expected blacks in America to fucking raise money to rebuild Black Wall Street. That is literally the fucking road to hell is slicked down with
Wait a minute, but hold on, Stan. But waving a gay flag on Juneteenth ain't.
The fuck does a gay flag have to do with anything?
Well, better yet, any other goddamn country flag on Juneteenth. You think that shit made a difference? I do.
I understand.
Stanley. I'd rather have a red MAGA hat on than a motherfucking gay flag on my back. I don't know what the hell you got going on.
Okay. Gay flag. I understand you need to move the goalpost nearer to your heart, the gay flag. But let's talk about gay flags another time. I'm talking about fucking reparations. Nothing to do with gay flags.
Can I option A? You know what? I wouldn't mind reparations, but you know what? Anybody wearing a motherfucking other country flag or a gay flag on Juneteenth on any video, I need to make sure their ass don't get it.
You know what? I think that the anti-black blacks, they're just a fucking muddle of logic. Nothing you say makes sense in relation to anything else you say.
Man, come on, man. I'm not going to be crying about Juneteenth. But I'm ready for you to go and start this next article.
Were we even?
I'm ready to hear the next article because I don't want to argue with you about this no more.
Were we even talking about Juneteenth? Where did Juneteenth fit into this?
Well, hell, I'm just saying, goddamn, you sound like such a patriotic motherfucking black man. Where the hell is it? I don't hear no pro-black in you.
That's all your John Galt motherfucking solid snake anti-black blacks do. All you do is just say. You don't ever just think. You just say. The first dude, you know what? I'm gonna get this channel shut down the way I'm going. Solid Snake, let's move to the next story because I'm pretty much on my last nerve with this bullshit.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
This anti-black coon shit. I can only take.
Black. You crying to the white man for something else. It's just another way to go cry to the white man.
Crying? Yeah. I'm crying to the white man, right?
Oh, what? Because we got some black judges in office?
I had no idea what black judges have to do with it. All right. So this is a black Marine. And if you like the last story, you're going to love this one.
You're listening to Uncle Sam's new message to young black Americans. I don't want you. An opinion piece written by Philip E. Thompson and read by an AI-generated voice. Philip E. Thompson, a former judge advocate in the Marine Corps, is a lawyer in Virginia. I am a proud Marine veteran with deep ties to military service. My wife served in the Air Force, my father fought with the Marines in World War II, and my grandfather served in the Army in World War I. I've spent much of my life surrounded by fellow veterans, bonded by sacrifice, stories, and a belief in the ideals the military represents. My car boasts a Marine Corps decal, and my sense of identity has been forever shaped by the uniform I once wore. But as I look at today's political environment, at President Donald Trump, his allies, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, I'm forced to ask a question I never thought I'd have to pose. Should young black Americans serve in a military led by people who seem openly hostile to them and the legacy of those who came before them? My father and grandfather served in segregated units during the World Wars. They fought for democracy abroad while being denied it at home. When my grandfather returned to Mississippi from WWO, he was forced to flee the state by white supremacists who saw his service in France as a black man in an unsegregated society as a threat. My father returned from Werriwe II only to be treated like a second-class citizen, denied
Lord,
certain
this AI
veterans'
is
benefits
horrible.
and rights under Jim Crow. When I served in the 1980s and 90s, racism still existed in the ranks, but many of us believed we could overcome it through dedication and excellence. We saw leaders such as General Colin Powell rise to the top. My wife earned senior enlisted status in the Air Force. I was quoted in a 1991 Newsweek article, "The Battle for Respect," about inequality in the military. Speaking that truth came at a cost to my career, but I stood by it then, and still do now. Through it all, I remained proud of my service and the progress we were making. Under Presidents Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, and George W. Bush, black service members weren't always treated fairly, but we were not treated as enemies of the institution. Today, it appears that's no longer the case. Under Trump and Hegseth, the environment for black service members is deteriorating. To my eyes, the campaign against wokeism is not about military readiness or discipline. It's a thinly veiled attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion, values that reflect both the reality of the American people and the strength of a united fighting force. Trump and his allies have pushed aggressively to defund or eliminate DEI programs across the military. One of Trump's first actions was to fire the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Charles Q. Brown, Jr., only the second African American ever to hold that position. Training on racial bias, cultural competency, and inclusive leadership has been gutted and labeled radical. Officers who speak up about race or systemic injustice are accused of pushing politics, while those promoting exclusionary rhetoric are celebrated as patriots. The message is clear. If you're black, brown, or anything other than the old guard, a white male, your presence in the military is conditional and increasingly unwelcome. More disturbingly, the administration and its ideological allies are erasing the accomplishments of black service members from the nation's military narrative. Units such as
HB, do you need me to bring you up?
I don't get it, Stanley. How can
Don't
you
get
listen
what?
to it? How can you listen to this article with a straight face?
What's wrong with the article?
No, it's your opinion of it. You chose it for
My
a reason.
opinion. You know what? My opinion is when I was in the Navy, and it sounds like it was roughly the same time he was, I was basically Bush 1 and Clinton. I mean, there were one or two times where, it was obvious that, it was kind of a racial thing, but it never really, the one time it did happen like blatantly, I outranked the motherfucker. So who really gave a shit? It was actually my captain who disappointed me. And it was kind of extraordinary circumstances given, what we were doing at the time, but it kind of let me know basically that this captain was not necessarily the one who would give a fuck, about, any sort of racial friction. So I just basically wrote him off. So it does happen in the military. It was pretty rare for me, but I'm not going to discount someone else's experience. And for someone like yourself who's never motherfucking like been in the military, it would almost your opinion, what goes on or what some actual service member or veteran's experience was, I take with a grain of salt because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Stanley, I live in the war
No, no, no,
zone.
no, no,
What the
no.
hell are
I
you
don't
talking
give a
about?
I don't give a fuck
Well, I
about
live
any of
outside
that.
the hood, like in a business
My
area.
question to
Oh,
you:
you're closer to
Have
the hood
you
than you, motherfucker.
ever,
I ain't
son?
mean to say it, y'all. Bleep that. Bleep that.
Have you ever served? If the answer is no, then you are entitled to
I
your opinion. Is my
served
response.
under Democratic rule for 60 years. I think that's worse than any goddamn war you ever had, because at least you could have a gun, motherfucker. Stop it.
All I have to say is
Stop
let me
it,
know what we
Stanley. Your
let me
argument
know. Let
holds
me
no
know.
weight. Hey,
Let
HB,
me
what's up? Good
know.
morning. What's
Let
up,
me know what we can
CKJ3? Happy
do.
to have you on the panel, guys.
Let me
Man,
know what we can do to get that fucking possum grease
they
out
had
of
to
your
come
hair.
save you, Stanley. They had to come save you, because I was going to give you the beat down.
That Sammy Davis Jr. hairstyle and that fucking tap dancing is time to give it up. It's 2025.
I told you. I am a tap dancer.
Snake, hold on. I don't got all day, man. Stanley and CKJ, thank you guys for your service.
How you been?
Man, working like a goddamn slave, man. But I've been really good. I've been really good though, man. I've been really good though.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah. I don't think I worked this hard before, but man, I fucking love it though. I'm not gonna lie. But I've been listening, and man, this article, it just sounds so defeatist, like obviously black folks have issues, in the military since the Civil War. So, but
Well, it depends. I mean, now he might have been lucky because he was a JAG officer. I was lucky. You know what? I, being an officer, got to be above the fray.
Yeah.
The one time I got called the N-word, it was by some little E4 from fucking Kentucky. And it was in an engineering space, and we were the only two there. So it would have been his word against mine, which ordinarily would have been enough. My word against his would be law. However, it was a special circumstance because we were on a civilian ship. It was kind of weird. After Desert Storm, they heavy lift transported 3 minesweepers back on a Swedish, I think they were called super servants. You could basically, if you've ever seen a picture of these ships on the back of another ship, it's essentially like a wrecker for ships. You can submerge the ship and then you can float the ship you want to carry somewhere. It's
I know
a
what you're
really
talking about. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
So we had 3 minesweepers on the back of something called the Super Servant. So I mean, we were literally like, the ships were on generators. It was like being on a civilian ship, basically. So he got away with it because it wasn't like actually on a Navy ship. So, there was some complications there, but otherwise, I think this guy putting this in the Washington Post, he runs the risk and probably knows he's running the risk of this kind of a reaction, from the Solid Snakes of the world. However, obviously it's important enough for him to do.
But I think
he thinks it is.
The biggest issue was him saying black people should think about even joining the military. When I don't think that's the right message. Maybe prepare for that, or
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't insist. I wanted my son to go to the Naval Academy. I mean, I knew people, and he had the grades. He could have easily gotten into the Naval Academy, but it used to be. I don't know. I have real mixed feelings. If you are not motivated to be in the Navy, like you're gung ho about it,
right.
I would have had to literally forced him to do it, and I just wasn't going to do that. So I think the military, it's kind of an iffy thing unless you're really motivated. I wouldn't have done what he's doing. But he was a lawyer. He wasn't a fucking line officer. There is a huge difference between line officers, the actual war fighters, versus lawyers and doctors. Even though he's a Marine and everybody who's a Marine gets trained infantry, he probably doesn't have the warrior mindset. I mean, fucking, you know what? If you're a motherfucking infantry guy, you never admit weakness.
Right. All right. Thank you, Stanley.
But he's not a, I mean, he wasn't a line officer. He was a JAG officer.
And see, Solid Snake, this is why you gotta listen first before you say stuff, because Stanley literally agrees with me on this. Like,
yeah, I would never do it.
Yeah, you can't go into
that's admitting weakness.
Right. This message, like the military doesn't want young black men. Like I don't know, man. That's just the wrong message to be putting out there to young black men. Seriously, especially if they are, like you said, excited about going.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, it would. You will probably only a lawyer would do it.
Yeah. He didn't get his hands dirty at all. Yeah. CKJ, what do you think?
He might have. I mean, let me put it to you this way. When I was in the Red Sea, my second deployment, we had a couple fucking lawyers come in theater because technically Desert Storm was still going on, though the shooting war was over. But so these guys came and rode our ship. I think it was maybe 2 weeks. All they did was fucking sit in the wardroom sipping coffee and reading magazines. And they could kind of walk around the ship and come up on the bridge, and it was kind of like a tour, for them. But literally, they did it to get a theater ribbon.
Yeah.
As soon as that 2 weeks were up and they qualified for being in theater for 2 weeks, they were off doing, back to the office to do lawyer stuff. And you know what? You need lawyers. I'm not saying, what they did, but this was their fucking, this is what they did to earn the ribbon. And, the rest of us were boarding ships. And one of these days, I'll tell you a story about, we were boarding ships. There was an embargo on, or blockade, I guess, of ships going up the Straits of Eilat. There's if you know where the Straits of Eilat is, right at the very top of the Red Sea, there's an Israeli port, like a resort town / port, and then there's another port, I think it's Jordan, and we wanted to make sure that there was no guns or other contraband going through Jordan over, I think it was Jordan, to Iraq. So there was this, I think it was like a Ukrainian ship or some shit. So this dude, this captain's like, if you come on board my ship, I'm gonna fucking kill you all. A boarding party. So what does my captain do? You need to get Lieutenant Cross up here. He needs to handle this. I was like, fucking what? I wasn't even on the boarding teams. I'd done it for a little bit, and then I went back to, normal duty. So this motherfucker's like, hey, Stanley's the only one here. I guess he was saying, hey, this motherfucker's the only one tough enough to deal with it. So I was literally like, Captain, really? I'm not even on the boarding teams. Why the fuck do I have to go? But you know what? I wasn't going to say no. So that's what I'm saying. A lawyer would have fucking caved. It's like, well, the captain said it. I guess the only consolation is apparently he thinks I'm mature enough to handle it. So, either that or I was the only black officer. Maybe I was just expendable. I don't know what his thinking was, but, it all worked out. Turned out the captain was just drunk as shit. the captain who was making all the threats, he was just drunk as shit. You know, I get over there. This motherfucker offers me a drink. Let's sit down and talk. I'm like, I'm not about to fucking sit down and talk to you.
Yeah,
You're a maniac.
I don't know, man. I don't like the like American rhetoric geared towards black people. You know, I just feel like whatever you decide to do, there's so much opportunity in the like complain about like or not or just be in fear about somebody being racist or like man.
Well, I would disagree. You know what? I do it all the time. If somebody's a racist, just fucking call them a racist and move on.
Yeah,
You know, whether they get offended or not it's their problem.
That's all you have to do, though. You don't have to like
Well,
just avoid it for your whole life. Like, oh, don't join the military. Don't leave out your house. Like, where does it end? Where does it stop at that point? It's like, God, man. I don't know, man.
Well, I kind of have to wonder. I mean, I'm kind of curious about what his experience was because honestly, I had, generally over my 5 years, I served with 2 other black officers directly. One was my immediate boss for a little while, and the other was the XO of my second ship. And they weren't about to like fucking give special treatment. I think I might have told you the story because my second ship was a destroyer. My first ship was a minesweeper. So they were kind of 2 different worlds. And when we finally got underway, I was conning the ship. And there's this special like Cartesian graph sort of thing that you do. You can do it by hand to figure out, it's basically a time distance problem because you don't want ships getting too close, like within a nautical mile. If it's within a nautical mile, it's a problem or can be. And I wasn't doing it fast enough. Now, I'd never been on that type of ship. The pace of a destroyer or, that sort of combatant is way different than what I was used to. So, after we got back, my XO pulled me aside and said, hey, you know what? You need to fucking, speed it up. You're not going to make it if you don't fucking get good at this. And that was pretty much all he ever said. Bottom line is I got good at it.
Yeah. Sometimes that's just the reality of things, man. You just gotta get better. That's all it is, man.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna go, hey, there's a little bit of DEI for your Mo board.
Right. Don't. That's why I always say, man,
motherfucker, you compete or don't.
Don't get bitter, get better, man. Like sometimes that's really all it is. It's
well, I got so good at it, I could pretty much just look at it. I don't even need to use a pencil. But you do it so much. So it was sage advice. He didn't give me special treatment. As a matter of fact, if anything, he expected more. So yeah, this guy's a little weak. But it was still kind of worth playing, if only to see
highlight
Solid
your
Snake's
propaganda.
reaction.
Highlight your propaganda.
Solid Snake.
Did you hear HB the story about Tulsa that I just did?
Yeah. What was it?
Yeah, where they're gonna the black mayor is wanting to do $105 million somehow or another in reparations. I don't know exactly. Sounds like it's more housing and stuff. Yeah. And Solid Snake's question is, why didn't black people over the 100 years put together money to rebuild it? I'm like, why would we do that?
Yeah.
We don't all live there.
Honestly, Stanley, it when I was listening to it, it sounded like just a money laundering scheme to me. Anytime I hear people talk about reparations, I just think it's a scam, man. Like it's never gonna happen, man. And it's like just a
Well,
pander for votes and stuff. I don't
the
like it.
problem, Manhattan Beach in California actually happened. California actually did reparations in a form where they wound up giving this family $20 million for the property it took. That was over 100 years ago, or close to it.
But
So, I mean,
wasn't it their property to begin with, though?
yeah, and it was taken by eminent domain.
Yeah. See, to
And
me, that's not really reparations if it was already yours. Like,
well, I mean, they didn't have to give it back.
no, they didn't. But that's more just kind of justified. Like, I can't,
I
I
see
just
what
can't.
you're saying.
Yeah, I can't justify
It was
what my
quantifiable,
right. I
more or
can't.
less.
I can't justify what my ancestors went through. Like I can't. You can't
Yeah, well,
quantify that.
Webster, number one, it didn't get rebuilt the way it was. And there were a lot of people who abandoned property and never went back. There was property loss there. So there are some actual quantifiable issues. It's like that city over in under Lake Lanier outside of Atlanta. They drove the black people out and flooded the fucking city. so there's no chance of y'all coming back. It's underwater.
Yeah.
That's just pure diabolical.
Yeah. I'm sure that probably happened a lot too.
Oh, it happened a couple times. There's like 150 Tulsas that just
Yeah.
kind of got people don't know about. Shit, one happened not too far from me over in Utah, Alabama.
I look at a lot of on Reddit. They have like a lot of older maps, and you could see it. You could see how like there's places now that are completely covered by water, and
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
if you, a lot of it is man-made too. They've even said like part of the Great Lakes was man-made. Like it's
Right.
not. It's
They had some black cities. I watched a documentary on it the other night. YouTube just happened to show that the other night. But it was like a couple of cities that they talked about. There was all black communities, and they sunk them underwater.
Yeah,
Actually
well, we wouldn't
living
want
below
y'all
the
coming back.
Mississippi River, they got a levee around where I live. But man, if
yeah.
that levee ever break, boy, we're gonna have to get into rice production.
Dolomite, I think that is Lake Lanier, the Ghost Lake. I've actually seen like might have been, was it a Netflix special or something where, supposedly there's spirits that'll come up and if you go fishing at night, they'll yank you and drown you or something like that.
Yeah, that's in Georgia. Yeah, that's in Georgia.
Wow.
Webster,
Oh, I can't
no,
see the
let's not, I don't expect you to cry. The people who want to cry, it's their right to cry. It's your right to mock them. And that's where we go.
Yeah, that's pretty much all that's going on right now.
But I'm saying, for Stanley, you know what? When I listen to what they say, when I heard that it was for the black community, I just automatically began to wonder, why do we need it? We shouldn't have to need it. It's not a rallying cry, it's a cry for help. And it don't make us look good.
Who the fuck is
It's
us?
not a rallying cry. It's a
Motherfucker,
cry
this
for
is
help.
this is what annoys me. Who the fuck is us? How does it make you look bad?
Yeah, I don't know who us is. Solid Snake.
Well,
No, I'm talking about if
there's
you
a whole
support it,
bunch
not
of these
us.
folks-
I'm talking about the audience that support that argument.
Okay,
That's
look,
what I really mean, Stan.
here's
I'm
what
talking
it-
about the audience that supports that argument.
It does not make the audience look bad either. What it
Yes,
is
it does.
this whole Booker T. Washington 1930s, you need to be a credit to your race bullshit. That was over about 50 years ago. Okay, you don't
Okay,
need to
so
be
if that
credit.
statement you
You
saying is
don't
true,
need
then
to
why the
be.
hell should I care about this?
You shouldn't. Why the
I'm just
fuck are you
asking.
even talking to? Who asked
So
you?
why are you showing it?
Well,
What the
no,
fuck? That's what
seriously.
I'm talking about.
I didn't even ask you what you thought about it.
Why I want to see a whole bunch of pompous blacks
Okay,
sitting
I
in their
don't
best church
care.
wear,
Okay, dude,
begging for money from the
I didn't
government
ask.
over something
I
that
didn't.
happened 105 years ago. I think
Who
their
the
skills could
fuck
be better
asked you?
utilized elsewhere.
See, once these anti-black blacks, dude, nobody even
Man, they're
asked
trying
you.
to help out black Americans gain our richest wealth,
Okay,
which is accountability.
Black
God damn, why we
Americans
just can't
do
be
not
honest no
all.
damn more? What the
Black
hell happened?
Americans are not sailing on the same slave ship. Give
Oh
the
my
fucking.
God.
You need to be a credit to your
Yeah,
race
but a lot of
bullshit
them was
up.
thrown
It
overboard,
does
and
not
goddamn, I'm
make.
so glad
It
my
does
forefather
not.
made the trip, motherfucker.
It does not make
Nah.
black people look
Ain't,
bad. Give
ain't,
that.
yeah, you mad, huh?
Motherfucker, do you ever
You
take a
mad,
breath?
huh? You mad. You mad.
I'm
You
mad
think I
at your
care about a
ignorance.
dead nipple?
I am mad. I
I'm gonna
am
be
mad
dead
that you're.
too, nipple.
I'm mad that you're getting all that coon grease
Shit.
all over me.
Hey,
Lord.
Solid Snake. I did hear about there's been a drop in fentanyl overdoses. So I thought about you, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, well,
That's why everybody should support the channel. Support the channel.
Solid Snake
Support the
wants
host. Hit the
Solid
cash
Snake
app.
wants reparations for them,
DPNY.
though.
Yeah. Support the host. Support Portia J. Support HB2N. Support Cash
Don't
App.
support
Get
me,
cracked for me.
Don't support me, man. I'm okay.
Nah, don't support my boy. He like me, man. Fuck all that. I don't need your money. Fuck that. I ain't gonna rob a nigga, but I got some ideas. I'll make some money. Fuck all that. I ain't gonna be broke.
Yeah, and
Sometimes I
you
fuck
can't figure,
myself over just
you
to
can't
prove
figure it
myself.
out.
So you ever
If you
trip
can't,
on purpose, nigga? Just do it.
if you
Fall and
can't
get
figure
back
it out,
up. God damn it, man.
if you can't figure it out, Be Brave will figure it out for you.
Oh, there you go with that
what's
white
going
lotion.
on, Buster?
There you go.
Tap dancers, man. Where's the tap dancing, man? Yeah. Yo, Stanley, I heard you bury King Shinard the other day on the panel.
You heard? I'm sorry. You heard what now?
You put King Shinard in the dirt on the panel the other night.
Well, that's not real hard.
Yeah, no, but you really, I think that was a. Did you hear that, HB? No, I didn't, man. What
Yeah,
the hell?
Stanley was going hard body at Kennard.
Jeez, man, I'm missing all the
He was
good stuff.
done. I think he might have been done after that one, man.
Oh man, yeah, I'm gonna have to.
He hasn't been back on my panel.
Yeah. Stanley, when you get drunk, sometimes you can really, shred. You really tearing him apart up there. He was all just tap dancers, bro. How you hate yourself, man.
Yeah, I was hating myself when I took him down. Yeah, I felt real guilty after the show was over.
Yeah, but Stanley, I've been just working, man. It's
How's that job? How's the new job, man?
oh man, it's crazy, man. I'm doing car hauling now, so
I saw you had a bunch of cars up on your shit.
yeah, nah, it's crazy, man. It's wild.
Well, are you home every night?
Yeah, I'm home every night, but it's
fuck
like
that.
Yeah. I'm still like it's like how you were trying to keep that ship with the distance. You had to work on your timing. I'm still working on my time. So it's like, I got to get better. There's really no, but
There's no room for error in that shit.
nah. There's none. Like, and that's the thing. Like when I was just driving, like I could fuck around and talk to you guys all day. But with this, you can't, like,
Yeah,
you
you
miss
can't.
one thing, you miss one thing, a car's flying off in the middle of traffic, you know. So
Jesus Christ.
Oh my
yeah,
lord.
yeah. It's really.
That's a dangerous fucking job, bro. That's not no joke. No
Yeah,
joke.
no, it
That's
is. It is. It pays really well, but it is very dangerous if
Yeah,
you
I
don't.
mean they should pay you. They should pay you very well because you're not just risking like your own safety, but like you could fuck around and have a car fall off onto someone else or something.
Yeah.
Like
Or
that
like,
shit would be
or
crazy.
or like me. There's like I haul 9 cars, like up to 9 cars at once, and there's like one sitting right on top of me too. So
Oh wow.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, are there any special safety precautions that are
Oh
different?
yeah. So like you strap each car down. So that's one of them. And then like the whole
Oh.
trailer is kind of like it's like powered by like air compression and stuff. And then there's like levers that you lock into place to, if all that fails, the levers will hold it. So there's like all these different safety precautions to keep it from, you know, just sliding off. But if you miss one of those things, it could be catastrophic, man. It's crazy. But I guess the one good thing though is getting to drive all these different cars all day, man. Like,
Yeah. What kind of cars you been driving? Like all different
man,
types.
all kinds, man. Range Rovers, Porsches, fucking Corvettes. Like
Yeah.
it's crazy. All these fucking electric cars too, man.
Yeah.
Man, I fucking hate electric cars, man. I would never buy an electric car.
Why don't you like them?
You know when you press the gas and you just let them
Oh,
off
it's
the gas?
gone.
Yeah. There's no like it's you have to keep your foot on the gas with electric cars. So,
Okay.
Yep.
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. I mean, I've never driven one of those. But
Well, have you ever
I've-
driven a forklift? An
No,
electric
no.
forklift?
Yeah, no.
Like as soon as you now I don't know about cars, but I know with forklifts, if you take your foot off the acceleration pedal, there's an automatic braking function.
Yeah, that's exactly how it is with electric cars. Like there's
Yeah.
you've touched the gas on a regular car, it'll coast, But with electric
Yep.
cars,
Yep.
you got to keep your foot on the gas, and
Yep.
I hate them. And then too, all like the manuals and shit too, like the
Oh, really? I was going to ask you about that.
yeah. Like, man, I like the like driving the manual Porsche is probably one of the scariest things, man, because like you just touch the gas, you let off the clutch
yeah.
just a little bit, that thing is flying, man. So
Dude, I learned on a manual shift, and then the
Oh
last
man.
time I've driven a Porsche a couple times. I had a friend whose father was an exotic car dealer. The gears are reversed. Like I
yeah,
learned on a Volkswagen Beetle, first gear is for that takes some getting used to.
yeah. That's the thing too. I've driven a couple of the Beetles, and you actually gotta like push in the
Yes.
stick to put it in the reverse. It took me like 15 minutes to figure it out.
Yeah,
I was like,
exactly. You put it in neutral, push down, and then put
then
it
it goes,
back where fourth gear is. At
yeah.
least on my 73.
And that's
Yeah.
like the craziest thing is like all these cars are so different, man. It's like
Mhm.
a mind fuck sometimes. Like how do I turn this thing on, man? The buttons,
I couldn't imagine having to learn how to drive for the first time and also having to learn to drive the manual transmission at the same time. Like that would be
I
hard
can
as
tell.
shit.
I can tell you right now, it was awesome. My sister's first car was a manual. She
mine
drives a
was
manual as good as I do.
mine
But you
was
know what?
yeah.
I drove a manual shift up until I was maybe 30, 31. I will never own another stick shift but I know it for life. It's like riding a bike. You don't forget.
Yeah. I mean, I learned how to do it when I think I was about 18. I just for the hell of it, just because like I always wanted to like just know how to do it. But it wasn't even when I knew how to drive, it was still took a little bit to get used to using the clutch and all that shit.
I could tell you right now, I could out accelerate, some more like muscly cars. S- you can out if you actually know how to drive a stick shift, you can out accelerate a lot of cars you wouldn't expect to.
Yeah, that's why people like them so much because you can
Motherfucker,
control the
you
gears. Yeah.
put it directly in second gear and floor it, you're gone.
Yeah, I think just stop and go traffic is just where it gets to be really
Yeah,
annoying.
that's the only reason why I wouldn't get one now either. Like it definitely I would prefer a manual, but like driving in traffic, I would go crazy, man.
Nah, it's easy in traffic. Now, what will scare you is like being like on an icy hill or something like that. Where you gotta ride the clutch to keep the thing in place.
Yeah.
That can be hairy.
Even on the car haulers, I had to figure out like so there's like each position and then there's like 1, 2, 3 is on the truck and then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are on the trailer. And usually you want to put like one of the bigger cars on 4 and 6 just to kind of balance it out. So I had one that was like a big Jeep, but it was a manual, and I put it on 4.
Really?
Yeah, and
A new car?
Yeah. It was a new
Oh,
one.
it was a CJ, whatever those things are. Not the SUV, but the actual like Wrangler, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. They still have a lot of Jeep manuals. I was actually kind of surprised.
Really?
Yeah, it's like one out of every 5 are manuals. But like the number 4 position is like on there's like a dip at the end of it. Like you use that to connect to the rest of the trailer, then you pull it back so you have like a pivot point. So if you're on that position, you drive it all the way up to the ledge pretty much. And I had to learn that I got to lift up the trailer a little bit so it doesn't roll forward when I pull the handbrake, because you'll just roll off of it if it's at any type of incline. Yeah, it's a mind fuck, man. But
So you have to drive each and every single car up onto there.
yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And then sometimes I have to do like I have to drive somewhere and then switch with another trailer with another driver. And I had to one of these drivers, I had to like climb through the fucking trunk because the way he parked it, I couldn't even open the door. It's crazy. And then like the crazy thing is like it's a million ways to fucking load these trailers, man.
Yeah.
So it's like
that's real work right there though. Like that's not an easy job at all. Like,
nah.
That's real work. That's real work right there.
Yeah, nah, it's fun though. But like everybody,
Sometimes they don't give you assistance.
No. It's kind of like they do to a certain extent, but now I'm on my own, so I'm trying to like figure shit out a little bit. But everybody's like really helpful, and the crazy thing is like everybody I work with is super lean too, man. Like everybody is like either super like super slim or super jacked. Like it's crazy. It's like.
Yeah.
Do any women do it?
There's one of my trainers was actually a woman. This woman was
Really?
She's 48 years old. This lady looks
Wow.
about 31. Like
Was she jacked or slim?
yeah, no, she's jacked. She's jacked. Like
Really?
Yeah. She was jacked, and yeah, she was. I trained with like a bunch of different drivers, which I thought was pretty cool. But she was probably the most like helpful. I think the guys were kind of just like, you'll figure it out, but she was
Dude,
kind of walking me through it.
I wouldn't be surprised, man, if you have a lot of people on steroids in that line of work.
I wouldn't be surprised either. I wouldn't be
Yeah,
surprised.
I bet you a lot of those people that you see that are really jacked, they're all probably on the shit.
No, no.
Really?
If you knew how much work we did, I don't think you would say that, Boston. Like it's like it's a lot of work, man. Like
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that that's why they would need the juice, though.
yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Maybe I might gotta holler at you about something, man. But yeah.
Yeah, but it'll make you feel like a new man, man.
I'm alright. I'll hit you up.
You're good on that shit.
Yeah, but yeah, man. I'm gonna get out of here. I was just listening, Stanley.
Oh, what's that? Well, damn. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, no. I definitely like listen a lot, but it's just hard to be. I'm still learning, so
I'll definitely keep your eye on the prize, man.
Yeah. Once I get a little bit more, a little bit.
Yeah,
better.
I was trying to hop on the other night with Here for the Tea when you were on.
Oh yeah.
Panel.
Yeah. That was like, man, at that point when I hopped on with T, I was just like over it at that point, because it was like my last load, and I was just like, you know what, I'm not even gonna push myself right now. I'm just about to just say fuck it. I don't give a fuck right now. Yeah, but those and that's so the one on the right is the one that I drive, the far right. That's a
Oh, really? Hold on one second. This one? Like
yeah,
this one?
Yep. That's a stinger.
That big ass sit with all the cars on it. Damn,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, that's
a fucking load right there.
Man,
Jesus
let me
Christ.
ask you a question though, HB. That one that's right over the hood there, does it obstruct your view at all?
It does. So I have to like drive with the seat all the way down, because this is
Lord.
Luckily I'm in Texas, but this is the thing, like you have to make height. So luckily in Texas, you're not gonna catch a bridge under 16 feet. So but you want to be like 13.6. That's where you want to be at.
Yeah, that's kind of a standard though, right? That 13.6?
13.6 is the standard, but you I mean shit, sometimes you might be at 13.8, it's just the way.
Wow.
So you have to pull down that first car, and that's position 1, that first car. Sometimes you gotta pull it down a little bit to get the height right. But then once you pull the rear tires down, the front lifts up. So it's like a huge puzzle, man. Like you got to really figure this shit out. And just looking at this load, like that's all like SUVs right there. That's a tough load.
Yeah.
That's a really tough load right there. That's not easy.
So HB, so let me ask you: if someone tried to jack your load, would you open fire on them?
In Texas, it would depend. If they, it would depend. It would depend.
It's not your shit technically, so it's like.
Yeah. If I felt like in danger, probably, yeah. But I mean, it would take to actually do it though. You would have to like steal the truck, because you got to turn on switches inside the truck to even get the cars off of the trailer.
Right.
Like all of this stuff is like powered by like pistons and shit. So you gotta like lift up. You can't just pull off that last car without hitting the top of the trailer. You gotta pull everything up first. You gotta lift up. You gotta lift it all up. So it's not as easy.
Do they ever hit these? Like, do people ever rob these trucks? Like, is that like a thing people do?
No. What they do though is they rob after the trucks deliver the cars. They rob that place. That happens all the time. We get it, especially in Houston for some reason. We get a lot of news about like Corvettes getting stolen out of Houston all the time. So
Yeah.
we had to like lock the keys up and shit.
Yeah, man. Those H-Town boys.
Um,
Yeah.
Black Suit Defy, you weren't putting tanks like over the truck's windshield, were you? There's no way.
Damn, he probably was, man. They're like I just drive.
Now you weren't hauling M1 or what are the Abrams? I don't even remember. Are they M1 Abrams?
Listen,
Because those are like main battle tanks. You're not gonna haul them like you do cars. I don't think. I don't know. You know what? I'm talking through my hat. I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about.
You might. I've seen some drivers take some tanks. I've seen it, like the wide loads. I've seen them. Yeah, King Jesuit, and that's the thing too, man. Like, oh my God, these storms that have been, like, they tell us that if it's a thunderstorm, you don't like load, because we have these load bars that strap down the tires, and they say like if there's thunder and lightning, don't just wait it out, because people get electrocuted, man. Like they get hit by the thunder, or not the thunder, but the
lightning.
The lightning, yeah. We got these big
Yeah,
giant. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Hey, have you had an occasion to drive through any tornadoes yet, HB?
Not yet, man. I'm kind of, I don't know, man. I think about it because one of my places I go to is Oklahoma City.
Dude, I went through one the other, like for the first time I went through one the other day and I filmed it. It was crazy, man. Like it's like it was like, so I'd never seen any shit like that. I'm from the East Coast. We don't have tornadoes up there. So I thought I was like gonna die. I called my wife. I was like, well, what should I do? Like I didn't know if I should like what are you supposed to do in a fucking tornado? But really what it is it's just like an extremely like powerful storm you go through for a second. It's not like, I mean, I guess every once in a while you see the big huge ones in the sky, but like most of the time it just feels like you're driving through like just like a water, like just a huge thunderstorm for like a few, just for like a few minutes.
Yeah.
But shit's scary though, man. The winds are fucking heavy as shit. It's loud as shit.
Yeah. It is crazy. I've had to drive through a couple storms, and I'll tell you what, man. These down south storms are nothing like up north, man. These things are fucking brutal.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. I swear to God, I get tornado warnings on my phone. Like I'll get a warning, and then next thing you know, I'm pulled over on the side of the road, and there's just you can hear the wind. You're like, am I gonna get fucking thrown up in the air on this shit?
Right. This shit is. Yeah, they didn't tell me about this down south shit, man.
Yeah.
I kind of look forward, kind of miss the snowstorms, man. I can deal with that.
I take that shit any day over these like goddamn tornadoes, man.
Right. Yeah, this shit is crazy, man. Yeah.
I tell you what's really scary. When I used to live in Northern Virginia, we lived, I don't know, we might have been about 1,200 feet up, because I lived one ridge down from the very top of a mountain. And when it would, we'd get thunderstorms, and it literally it'd feel like it was just like a few feet above your house. And I know at least a few times we actually had like transformers zapped just right. It's right on the street. They could get scary, and the poor dog. She got used to it eventually, but you know what? The first couple times, because she didn't grow up on that mountain. The first couple times, man, she would get a little freaked out. She got used to it though.
Yeah, dogs hate those damn storms, man. I don't blame them.
You know what? It depends. If they experience it as a puppy, they actually they might come and want to be around you, or kind of get clingy. But they get used to it, believe it or not. I mean, I don't know. You've probably never hunted with dogs, but they're gun dogs. You don't want your dog, to get like spooked by, your hunting dogs need to be able to deal with
Yeah,
that
loud noise and
boom.
shit. Yeah.
yeah. That would be, yeah, that could turn out pretty bad if a little thunderstorm freaks them out.
No, you're not going to be my bird dog.
Yeah.
Have you gone hunting a lot, Stanley?
When what, my father and I used to go quail hunting.
Yeah.
But bird hunting is actually kind of tough. I've been deer hunting, but I've never killed one. I've gutted
Yeah.
one.
People around here, man, like my father-in-law, like my wife's side of the family, they're crazy about hunting, man. Like they have all different shit mounted in their fucking like in their some of their offices. Like, they have all different types of animals. Like dudes have
Hell
killed
yeah.
like crazy shit. Like got ever all stuffed like things that like
Do
you'd never
you have
expect to see.
is your land like, have you ever
Yeah.
thought
My
about
land
doing a
is like
hunting
perfect.
club
It's
or something like
perfect.
that?
Yeah, it's like a part of it is like perfect for hunting. Like they don't even need to go off the property to do it. Like it's like there's just
I,
deer
I'm
and there's everything over
telling you
there.
right now, Mike. If you want to be, and you already know this because your wife's family's from down there, right?
Yeah.
Dude, you start something like a hunting club or something like that on your land. Dude, you will be part of the fucking furniture. You will, and you know this, but I wish I lived near you. I shit. I knew people, you'd have like, all this acreage and they would come in the summer and, like clean up and, maintain the deer stands and, just do general maintenance. Plus, they could also get out there and kind of study where the deer are, at any particular time of the day.
Yeah,
It
man.
it can be like a real boys club.
You know what? I actually started. I make a lot of remote cameras for my job, like cameras that I can put up,
Really, yeah.
and like in they're kind of like trail cameras, but mine, but they record continuously and they're hidden, so you can't like it's hidden in another object. And I've been using them out on the hunting trails just to practice with them, and I get to see all kinds of deer and shit late at night. They all got night vision and shit. So I got some crazy pictures of all these animals like up close, like big, huge deers, like right there. Like it's just
Right.
it's crazy.
I
Yeah.
kind of envy you.
Yeah.
My uncle, my father's sister's, well, his brother-in-law, my uncle. Yeah, shit. We've got a farm. It's like 75 acres in South Georgia, and they hunt it every year. And I have literally not been down there to hunt anyway in 30 years. So, who knows? It'd be fun if my son and I went. It's possible. I've been saying it for years. As a matter of fact, we went down there target shooting the last time, my son and I.
Yeah, that's all
So,
I've done so far. I mean, like at first, I actually like was like, I don't really want to hunt like a deer, like, but once I saw how many deer were out here, and I nearly got
fuck it,
killed
do it.
by goddamn deer on the street. I was like, fuck that. I don't care. I'll kill all these goddamn
Look,
deer.
I'm telling you right now, it is kind of gory and shit like that. But I tell you right now, um, venison is good if you can actually learn how to gut it and prepare it right. Because deer doesn't have to be that gamey if you bleed it and prepare it right. You always want to do it when it's really cold and stuff like that. Tell you right now, it will become a lifestyle. I've
Yeah,
never
well,
been. I'm more a
these people
fisherman,
swear by it, man. They eat that. They
dude.
eat
I tell you
venison
right
all
now,
the time.
it is a lifestyle, and y'all are probably surprised to know that I'm that bloodthirsty. But dude, if I
I'm not surprised.
had it to do all over again, honestly, HB, I would have, knowing what I know now, I'd have been a fucking fishing god. That would be my dream job.
What do they do exactly?
Well, fuck it, just basically guided fishing.
So you like being out in the water, basically.
Oh fuck yeah, I used to go when last time I lived in Savannah full time. I was working a weekend shift. It was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 3 12s, and you get paid for 40. Dude, my parents, and this was like really before I got a cell phone. This is how long ago it was. It was back in the 90s. Dude, my parents didn't even bother calling me during the week because I was sun up to sundown fishing. And about the only time they ever, and this was Monday through Thursday, I'd be gone 12 hours a day. And, if I had a good day, I'd run by their house and drop off, a few fish. But no, dude, believe me, saltwater fishing, it is a life.
Yeah, man. Dude, my father-in-law, he goes fishing like out on these big trips. Like he's crazy about that shit. And he actually built his own, but he builds his own boats from scratch.
Really?
Like he's
So
got
he's a marine architect.
He's got a talent. Like he never like studied to be any of this shit, but he can, for some reason, he can figure out just by like taking a bunch of pieces, he can figure out how to make it into a car or a boat. Like he can build both of them without directions from scratch. Like he's one of those people that can visualize it. I can't, I don't have that ability, but it's fucking genius people who can pull that shit off because
Right.
the idea that like he built like just all this was all just from scraps. Like he built it from scraps, and
Right.
it's like, damn, how do you like think to like about all the pieces? I tried to get him to explain it to me. He's like, you just got to do it, and I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna really work for me. I don't think. Like I'm not usually do it. What the fuck are you talking about?
You know what? I had an XO when I was in the Navy who was literally a trained, he was a Naval Academy graduate. He was a trained marine architect, which is really like the ship version of mechanical engineering. Um, yeah, those motherfuckers make a shitload of money because it's such a rare skill. Boat building in general is a lost art. So somebody needs to like record him, or you need to, I don't know how old he is, but you need to probably like get some of this, like have him tell stories and film and stuff like that. Boat building is something like by hand. The only people I've ever known to do it, and I've only known maybe one, maybe two, it was like a family. But that boat building I've only seen that in New England. I've never met anyone outside of New England, who would be building things like rowboats and, these little small boats. But damn, I lost all my panelists. King Jesuit, I had a question about what's the idea behind that name, King Jesuit? And the reason I asked this question is I was trained by Benedictines. So, well, now that I've lost all my people, what am I going to do? I've kind of lost my train of thought. I think what we'll do is just go ahead and watch a quick video here, and then we will end this because I think John at some point is going to do a show. And I had one here that was going to guarantee to piss some people off. Let's see what we got here. Excuse me. Oh, here it is. This is the one I want to show. This is our friend. This one's about our friend Jason Whitlock.
One they pushed.
Make sure I have it queued up here for maximum pissing off. Here we go.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
That one, they pushed this out there as a clip and to make the video go viral or whatever. And I'm a click chasing clown. And again, I know that's Portnoy saying that. and Club Shay Shay, Shannon's team, click chasing or whatever, promote him taking a shot at me. There's no substance to what's being said here about me. A click chasing clown. And again, it's not that I'm above criticism, but like if you're going to criticize me, there's some substantive things you could criticize about me. You could say, again, and I would respect this criticism.
Well, since you asked so nicely, for the poor lost souls who accidentally come across this guy's channel, we gotta say a few words about this cockroach, Jason Whitlock. I forget what he calls his so-called podcast. I think it's called Brainless or something, but you notice immediately that this guy mentions women's body parts a lot on his channel. He just fixates on it. Shannon Sharpe and some white guy mentioned that fact, and Whitlock got triggered by it. He's having a good time making sport out of Shannon Sharpe, and the natural response is, does Jason Whitlock ever worry that some woman might make some accusation against him? Of course not. I mean, just look at him. He doesn't have any money, and the closest he's been to a woman is the girl who works the window at McDonald's. And she's still traumatized from the time he proposed marriage in the drive-thru. This clown has been pathetically trying and failing to get himself a gig working at some white media sports channel. Seems like every job that he gets, he loses it in short order. This is his real beef with Shannon Sharpe. In fact, this is actually his beef with the world. He has zero writing talent, and I think it goes without saying he has absolutely no athletic background, obviously. Jason Whitlock's been out here butt-kissing a Beat the Band for decades on end, just shamelessly attacking black people. That's what he's been reduced to. And he's just sure that if he does it long enough, some white media executive will finally notice him and take him out of obscurity. Gee, he has more than a little in common with Roly-Poly Martin in that regard now, don't he? But Jason Whitlock is the black male equivalent of Malika Andrews, and he seems to think that his ticket to ride is going to be a fixation on women's bust lines because he puts them in nearly all of his thumbnails. I gotta wonder if he owns a van with no windows. Nah, that would require him to get a driver's license, and that fat fool ain't left the house in years. Seriously, the sexual repression from this creep is ridiculous. It's tangible. If you have the misfortune of YouTube's algorithm putting his crap in front of you, as soon as you see the thumbnail or the title, you're going to feel dirtier and dumber than you did just 5 seconds earlier. This guy is respected by no one, and I mean absolutely nobody. He got publicly excoriated by Stephen Smith, for God's sake. And when that happened, instead of Stephen Smith being taken to task, there were people who were actually going, you know what? Stephen Smith's got a point. Stephen Smith, he ain't no prize, but for God's sake, he's right about this Jason Whitlock character. I mean, that's the lowest of the low. When Stephen Smith can dunk on you and nobody disagrees, that's how you know you're screwed up. All of that butt kissing and buck dancing and backstabbing this clown did all these years, and not a single one of the chumps he was doing all that for spoke up on his behalf. Even the people who he thinks that he's catering to, they don't even want to have anything to do with them. Oh, and on a side note, Malika Andrews attacking black men nonstop hasn't translated into her becoming as well paid as, say, a Shannon Sharpe or a Stephen Smith. She's still trying to be the next Joy Taylor, and she just might make it if you know what I mean. Don't let that one fly over your head. But in the end, she'll wind up like Joy Taylor, or like Sage Steele. Jason Whitlock, on the other hand, he's basically trying to find whatever he thinks is going to appeal to racist white bigots online, like DeSantis in those closets in Florida, trying to chase whatever's trending on the moment on the internet. See, this is what happens when you're so lazy you spend all your time staring at your phone. Jason Whitlock's not very bright, so he doesn't want to accept that the white media's need for dedicated bootlicks has dwindled. The Coon train used to have 5 or 6 cars on it, but now it's down to a measly caboose. I've always said that the dominant society is years behind the curve, which is why you need to listen to the black media. Well, the same goes for their bootlicks. See, when you hitch your wagon to the white media's star, you also become years behind the curve too. Jason Whitlock's playing the old game. And not only is it antiquated, it's also a game that only worked for a small number of bootlicks. It ain't gonna work for him. And slow as he is, he has yet to figure out he won't be one of the lucky few. But then again, what else can he do? He has no skills other than butt kissing and stuffing his own pie hole. So it's either this or he becomes a professional competitive eater. Before it's all over, I fully expect this clown to demand that Major League Baseball stop recognizing Jackie Robinson Day. And when he decides to pull that stunt, he'll be saying something, white guilt, I don't see color, These days, he's whining full time about DEI, and he's trying to see if he can get himself into the algorithm talking about black fatigue. This guy just throws stuff against the wall to see if anything will stick. Well, I hate to break it to him, but America has Jason Whitlock fatigue. After all, when Stephen A. Smith, Shannon Sharp, and everybody in the media can dunk on you and they get actually lauded for it, or at the very least they have no opposition, that's your cue that you have made a royal fool of yourself. This guy is so attached to whatever the white right is griping about on social media. At this point, I'm expecting him to bring back a couple of golden oldies about critical race theory. See, this is what the Chris Rufos and the Jason Whitlocks will never understand. This stuff that's memeing, this is not how you win a culture war, and it's not how you wage a successful social movement. You don't do it through memes on the internet. But when you have
I'm gonna
to
have to.
billionaires, you don't actually represent.
I'm actually gonna have to disagree. I think Christopher Rufo won that CRT war, and New College in Florida is, his crown jewel, if not the whole university system of Florida. So you got that one wrong, Professor.
The society. You represent a small handful of bigoted power brokers. And if you're Jason Whitlock, that's who you're desperately hoping to get a job from. Jason Whitlock is a race grifter. He constantly whines and complains about how put upon white society is, though he can never show anyone who's been harmed or even damaged. He simultaneously says that black people fixate on race, while at the same time, he does nothing but complain about race. You cannot lecture black people that racism doesn't exist in society and that there is no racism anymore, and that being the case, it's a relic of the past and you should stop talking about it, while at the same time whining and complaining that this or that white athlete, who's being paid millions, by the way, is getting the short end of the stick because they're white. But of course, Jason Whitlock's little brain farts aren't meant to make sense. What they're meant to do is to delight a handful of bigots online who he hopes to turn into a following so that he can try to cash them in with this or that advertiser. That's the end goal. And I'm not saying that there's anything inherently wrong with gathering an audience so that you can basically monetize them, but I am saying that there's definitely something wrong when you're saying things that are not true. When you're telling lies about what's being done to the black community and why it's being done against us, all so that you can ingratiate yourself to the very forces who are doing it to us in the first place. He's a goofball and a disgrace to Generation X, but since when has any generation not had its bottom feeders and gutter trash, right? How are you going to be damn near 60 years old and you're trying to be some kind of edgelord like a 13-year-old in your mother's basement with no adult supervision? He chases memes and posts things constantly alluding to women's bus lines. That's what he's doing. He belongs in a Reddit forum or on 4chan. When it comes to these bootlicks in front of these cameras, remember, they're auditioning to a white audience, specifically some white media editor or producer that they're hoping to catch the eye of. I've told you for years about how Issa Rae, long before Diary of an Awkward Black Girl, she had tried a number of web series and ideas that she posted online. She herself admitted that she did it because she was intentionally trying to find something that she hoped would appeal to some white media company so that she could get herself a TV deal. And when she did her little online sideshow that portrayed her as a sexually libidinous black woman lusting for white men and portrayed black men as all being losers and whatnot, she wrote that. She produced that. She was proud of it. And that's what she offered to the white media that got them to finally fling open the doors for her, and she's been doing it ever since. See, black folks know exactly what it is that white power wants to see. If you're a Negro trying to find the easy way to get yourself into white power's graces, we know what you got to do. Deny reality, dog out other black people, and somebody's going to throw you a few butter biscuits or at least a few butter biscuit crumbs. Issa Rae knew what they wanted to see. If she was going to get them to offer her a job, that was no accident. And neither is Jason Whitlock's sad little grift. See, the problem with Whitlock is he's simply not good enough. He's not knowledgeable enough to be a sports writer. He's not intelligent enough to be a commentator. He's not charismatic enough to be an on-air personality. And he's not edgy enough to be an online crap poster either. When you look at his...
Yeah, I'll end it here. I'll end it early just to literally remind Deacon Dave that Deacon Dave says Jason needs to understand that people need to be a victim, including Jason. Jason, you know what? Let me not even bother with this. Jason, why is it always the people who are criticizing people for being victims? They never notice that they do the same thing. And I'm glad that you brought this up. Deacon Dave is always good for a segue. we can segue into this. This is that Shiloh Hendricks character. And this is actually the only time I've talked about her. And, Jason Whitlock naturally reminded me that I've been kind of meaning to do it. This Shiloh Hendricks thing is literally not been, super interesting to me until I was talking to someone over the weekend on YouTube, of all places. And, I was reminded that this black fatigue meme is literally a race grift. That's all it is. And, the Ock Nations and the John Galts and the, all these anti-black blacks and the white shades, they accuse people of quote, pro-blacks of being race grifters. Black fatigue is literally a race grift. And the biggest beneficiary so far has been Shiloh Hendricks. And I don't know why it didn't occur to me until last weekend. But this is the guy who is CFO of Give, Send, Go. Let's see what he has to say, and then I'll make a few comments. And then, folks can hit the link if they want. If they don't, that's fine. I'm not going to be, on too much longer because I am getting a little winded here. But let's see what this dude says. This is I don't even remember his name. What is Jacob Wells?
Give, Send, Go. And joining me now, the co-founder and CFO, Jacob Wells. Jacob, thank you for being with us tonight. I guess I just don't understand why you would want to allow this woman, Shiloh Hendricks, call the little boy the N-word, and the video is just awful. And then in the description on your website backs it up again. Why not just block her? And she's raised almost $1 million, so she's now going to be a millionaire, and that's because of you, it seems like.
Well, it's definitely not because of me. It's because of people donating to her, which I'm not one of them. We're a platform, so people are donating to her from a variety of different places. But the deeper question, one is, why do we allow campaigns that even we sometimes may disagree with? Well, because in America, we have freedoms that came at a very high price. And that was the blood of men and women that gave up their lives so that we could live in a society where even things that we disagree with can be spoken about. But there's also other aspects to this whole thing, which is what do we give to the mob to be able to go after people with a snapshot of their life blown over social media as a way to completely destroy them? And this mob mentality has absolutely ruined so many people's lives over the past several years. And you can actually just look in the recent past. 3 weeks ago in Nevada, a veterinarian who was giving some medicine to a horse kicked the horse, and it was caught on video, and then it was sent live on public social media. And because of the outrage of that brief moment, and this guy who's had a successful career, he goes and takes his life. He commits suicide because of the outrage, because of a social media video clip.
But that's different than the woman. And I get what you're saying, and we're against cancel culture, and I hear you with the veterinarian. But that is different than the woman on camera calling the little boy the N-word.
No, so let's just clarify some of the facts. So one,
but you hear her voice.
I'm just going to clarify some of the facts. We don't know the age of this child, so that's incontestant rate number one. The boy was rummaging through her belongings, which caused the backlash. So it wasn't like she unprovoked just stepped into a situation and called a young boy a term, it was because this boy, who some people say is as old as 10 years old, was actually stealing from her. And she said, no, that doesn't excuse, I don't condone calling people racial epithets and bad names at all. But there is a place for, I mean, there was GoFundMe allowed a campaign for the boy and his family.
Yeah, that's whataboutism. And then the other thing I want to point out is that the kid could have been up to 10. You know what? Shiloh may not ordinarily condone it, but the people who contributed to her do condone it. They are really the big issue here. Not so much, well, Shiloh's a problem, but I think that, you just look at her. Quite frankly, she looks like somebody who would use the N-word, to be honest. And it's the people who contributed. And I suspect a lot of people from this John Gall urban landlord space were contributors as well. I get that vibe. Hell, and Nate Ways was posting the hourly totals. So it is what it is. But people who want to say America is not a racist country are fucking fooling themselves. The woman is a race baiting millionaire. She bet on racism and fucking won big. It was like she didn't even have to do a scratch off. It was just like she bet on race and won big. So who knows? Hopefully she invests that money well.
And it raised $350,000. So is that condoning thievery or stealing? I don't see the outrage against GoFundMe.
I guess
for
I
allowing
just don't understand
thievery
how when
of a
you
juice box.
watch that video and then see what she posted on your site. And again, big picture, I hear what you're saying about mob mentality and cancel culture. I do. But that video just bothered me so much. And then to see what she wrote again, I'm just thinking if I owned the site and I controlled it, you could pick and choose. You could say, this is not good. We're a Christian site. No.
That's pretty funny, Uncle
that's
Fatty.
True. We can pick and choose, and what we realize is that the mission of GiveSend
Well,
goes to
even a
share
little
the hope
old
of
lady.
Jesus in dark moments, and we realize that Shiloh is going through a dark moment just as much as this other family is. And we
Oh,
want to
wait,
be
hold
alive
it, hold
in all
on.
of these moments in the
Okay, Shiloh Hendricks is going through a dark moment. Is that pun intended? Hell yeah, she's going through a dark moment and she's seen the light.
the way that you approach them.
But it's $1 million.
isn't-
It's money. It's not a lot. You're not going and knocking on her door and saying, hey, let me help you learn how to be a better person. Let's figure out
Yeah,
why
actually,
you use that
we
word. But
actually
she's going to
are.
get $1 million.
Well, from small donations, average donation size, I think around $30 a person. So not massive amounts by individuals. And that's partially fueled also by the Carmelo Anthony campaign, which you made reference to in the teaser to this. The Carmelo Anthony campaign caused a lot of outrage as well. And we seat ourselves on principle on these issues rather than emotion. You have to take a step back from the emotion of these because they are very highly emotional issues. And you say, what are we going to land on in principle? And in America, we operate on principles and they actually create social fabric unity. And when we undermine
In
those
America,
principles for
we
the sake
operate
of mob
on
outrage
emotions.
or emotionalism or sensationalism, we actually undermine the principles that hold us together as a culture. So in like Carmelo's case, he deserves the presumption of innocence until proven guilty in a court of law, just like everyone does. And the moment that we begin to undermine that principle for anyone, it becomes nullified for everybody. And I can provide a very strong case for why we've set our jurisprudence, our legal system on the cornerstone of presumption of innocence because it's good for societies to flourish and many other reasons. These are the reasons why we do these things. They're actually principled reasons, not emotional reasons. So I get they're hard situations, they're difficult moments, but you got to take a step back from the emotion. You got to say, hey, listen, what's going on here? Should people have the right to make donations and give money to people of their own choosing? Yes, they should be able to.
How much do you make off of these donations? Is there a percentage?
Yeah, that's a great question. No, we're actually a free platform. We kind of broke the mold a little bit when we created Give, Send, Go because all the other platforms were taking 5 to 10% of every donation that they received. And we said, you know, it doesn't make sense to take money from people that are raising money because they need the money they're raising. Why don't we just ask for generosity from people that are giving? And so we created a system where people can optionally donate to Give, Send, Go if they choose to. It's completely voluntary. They don't have to. So people don't have to donate to us if they don't want to.
So when they
And
donate,
oftentimes
they can
don't.
click to donate to you, and that's how you make money. But it doesn't come out of
That's
the
correct.
percentage that goes to these people. But you
Correct,
are
and it's
making money,
voluntary.
obviously. The more people come on, the more people that that click on that. You're making you're making a living off of this website.
Yeah, it employs over 40 employees. We have campaigns around the world. We're available in 80 countries. Millions of people use Give, Send, Go.
So what have you made? Just Shiloh Hendricks, for example. What have you made off of the people who donated to her, who clicked on the tab to give you money? What have you made off of her case?
To be honest, I have no idea what the amount of money would
if
have
she's,
been
let's
raised
say
off
she
that.
gets to $1 million, are you going to make like 250 grand, 100,000 off of it?
No, not even close. But one of the things that we do at Give, Send, Go, see, this is where we inject hope into all of these moments. You can see there's a pray button
Not even
on
close.
that campaign, but
They're
we
gonna make
also
2 million.
have a prayer team at Give, Send, Go, and we call all of these campaigns, and we actually do speak with them, and we actually do share hope with these people in the middle of
Just that she gets $1
suicidal
million.
moments.
I mean, and it's going through your site. Again, I understand what you're saying, big picture, but I just think I would have a hard
is
time
difficult.
going to bed at night knowing. I would have a hard time going to bed at night knowing that my website is making that woman a millionaire. And that's not, I'm not being emotional about it. I'm just saying my own personal ethics, I don't think I could do that.
Yeah, well, I believe in freedom of speech, freedom of association. These are foundational tenets to the society that we live in. And when you start going down the road of cancellation and cancel culture, it actually breeds the very things that we say that we're against. So when we
There's
talk
a difference
about,
between cancel culture and canceling someone and giving them a platform to raise $1 million. I mean, that's.
Yeah, we wouldn't want cancel culture to cancel people who say the N-word. Well, my God, that would just be horrible.
There's a difference.
No, no, it's not. It's actually the same exact thing. This is the byproduct of this moment that we sit in culture, where there is so much fomenting divisiveness going on. It's a byproduct of 20 years of big tech platforms that have used the cancel culture mantra. We're just going to cancel people instead of making the hard decision of saying, hey, how do we navigate this well in the middle, where we're not just taking sides in the middle of these things, but how do we stay centered in the midst of it, recognize the freedoms that we have in America, bring hope at the same time, and then navigate.
I don't get how this has anything to do with hope, especially with some of these cases. But we appreciate you giving your perspective, Jacob Wells. Thank you for coming on with us.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Brian.
Okay.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation.
Yeah, well, all I have to say, Dolomite, is apparently you were watching a different video from me. Wagging what finger? Apparently you are watching this video through Be Brave level hearing aids. Nothing. I didn't get a whole lot of finger wagging from this guy, especially the CEO. Now, the guy who's, hosting doing the Newsmax interview, he's just the interviewer. Nothing about, his point of view really I care much about. I want to point out, though, that Shiloh Hendricks in this whole, go gift and go, whatever it is It is a race grift. So the next time I hear an anti-black black or a white shade talk about race grifter, the first thing I'm going to bring up is Shiloh, the woman who didn't need a lottery, who didn't even need to work hard. It's like she said the magic word in America and got rich off of it. Congratulations. We have figured out how to monetize the N word. And much like DEI, the white women win. Good job, Ock Nation. Good job, John Galt. The white women always win in this amusingly these days racist country. Yeah, she got paid. Hey, J-Dub. How much did you give her, J-Dub? How much did you contribute, J-Dub? I bet you contributed $50, didn't you? You did. John Galt did matching funds. You know, if J-Dub gave 50 and Ock Nation gave 50, John Galt was going to match both and add twice as much. Therefore, we want to make sure that that white woman got compensated for her pain and suffering of almost losing a juice box. You know what? You should have. I don't think you would have pissed me off. I think, dude, I would roast you to no end. I would roast you, J-Dub, from now until Thanksgiving Day, when I would replace roasting you with roasting a turkey. So that's pretty much it. I just want to point out that, again, this whole Shiloh Hendricks thing, race grift. I never want to hear anyone talking about race grifters on Stanley versus the World ever again. Apparently, Shiloh is the only winner from DEI race grifting. DEI benefited the white woman to the tune of 750,000. That is the ultimate race grift. She puts Scarlett O'Hara to shame. So let's see, what else do we have out there? Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button in the chat. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please make sure you support the host. It is the beginning of the week, and I have had a good old time, roasting Solid Snake, especially for his very poor ability to ask salient questions. We'll have to work on that throughout the week. And thank you. Well, I was glad to see HB. I hadn't talked with him in like a month or more. I don't think I've ever gone that long without HB being up here to add cleverness and just good old fun to the panel. Hey, Roz, how you doing? Uncle Fatty, good to see you. If everybody hasn't, let me find that. Darth Jesus. Let me see if I found that right quick. That actually made me chuckle. The good Catholic that I am. Oh, I see. Orthodox guy has a morning show now. And I see Bumpkins on there. I'd have crashed their show. Let's see. Darth Jesus. Where did you get this idea, by the way, Uncle Fatty? All right, let's see. Guess we could watch. Why are you not coming up? I guess I'll have to go back through my history. Maybe that'll be what I do. Well, I'll tell you what, while I'm doing that, let's go ahead and watch a little bit of Orthodox's show. Apparently I didn't say anything controversial enough to attract B. Bray's attention. Too bad. But I want to highlight the name of the show. I was actually going to review some of I was going to review some of yesterday's Be Brave in Think show. And it was a very interesting title. You know, why don't white people get to celebrate white culture? And I had a whole speech prepared, and he just went directly into black bashing. As soon as I showed up, I guess he just wanted to show out. So he never got around to the title that I'm aware of. And I was going to go back and, a couple things I was going to talk about at the beginning of this Stanley versus the world. But then, you know what? I totally lost interest. Hence the name of this show. I was going to review a racist YouTube show, but lost interest. That's where that came from. Oh, hashtag Darth Jesus. Hashtag. So let's listen to to Orthodox while I find this clip here.
Opinion. I'm just being real.
Yeah, I guess 100 miles isn't that far, really. At all. Hour and a half? I've definitely drove an hour and a half.
An hour and a half? See, I'm a good Christian boy, okay? Female, I was. Oh, you were the hippie lady that was on Flow States with me. Okay. Cool.
Oh, the hippie lady.
I flew for that. Oh, just the way she worded that was glorious.
Did you say a hippie chick?
Mm-hmm. I sure did. Bumpkin's like, intriguing. Tell me more. Oh man.
Hello, hippie chick. I am a good Christian boy, and I need to be.
Stop it. I would travel the 7 seas for the right lady. So what fuck shit has happened today other than the degeneracy? I don't like the rice purity test is not bad, but I don't want to take I'll show my results, but I don't want to take the more degenerate one.
More rainbow goth now?
Rainbow goth? Hey, whoa, hey,
I'm
wait a
more
minute.
rainbow goth gypsy. I can work with that.
Gypsies are great. Yo, Ryan, hit the link. We're talking about our degeneracy. I did the rice purity test. I got low purity, apparently. See, here I was thinking I was a good Christian boy. This whole time. That's wild. All you internet people have corrupted me. I blame you. So what's the wild shit that has happened this week in the world that we should talk about?
Fuck, I don't know. I have fucking no idea. Actually been kind of a tame week, has it not?
I guess.
Besides the OTW changing his profile picture to show Flo's balls in his fucking throat.
That was wild.
Alright, hold this.
Well, LOL, why do you country Christian boys love hippies? First off, Bumpkin is a goddamn Yankee. All right, he's not country. He's a Yankee.
First off, I grew up in a rural part of Washington, and them hippie chicks could suck a fucking golf ball through a garden hose. Secondly, I am country. All right, I live very rural,
and it's not hippie chicks. It's
Oh,
goth girls that we
J-Dub.
like.
I do. I
J-Dub, as you can imagine, what was it? I think it was last Saturday. I did that pop-up show, and both Bumpkin and Orthodox were up here. And you know what? I'm just like, you know what? I think both of y'all are racists. And, of course, Orthodox guy especially, is going to object. I'm like, hey, don't get so offended. It's my opinion. I honestly think that America, part of the reason history isn't taught, in my opinion, the way it should in schools is basically to confound these kids having an idea of what racist behavior is or looks like and what racism is in general. So basically it's mission accomplished. And it is just like pulling teeth to get these kids to even understand. As a matter of fact, there was a video that actually I saved somewhere that literally is like, oh, I know, it's that guy that SKC likes so much. That African guy from last week. And why is my computer so slow? This Xanu guy, Project Rethink, he literally has a video called Racism Doesn't Exist. And I was going to save it for tomorrow. And let's see, it's almost 10 o'clock here. This is a longish show, but this African dude wants to push the narrative that racism does not exist. Delete the Pornhub tabs. You know what? I will do that. I didn't think about it, but I guess that I thought my 16 gigs of RAM could handle it, but apparently it can't. Too bad for that. There we go. Here, let's have a look at this right quick.
Force waiting to be unleashed. Feel it pump through your veins. Focus.
This is from Uncle Fatty's channel. I dropped the
You are
link.
not here as a weakling or meant to be an afterthought. You are here to dominate your obstacles, crush those who stand in your way, and rise to your rightful place of supremacy. Mercy and weakness are for the frail and insignificant. Harness your fury, let it guide your every move, and conquer with the ruthless efficiency of a true master. You are destined to dominate, to lead, to be unrivaled. You shall let nothing deter you
Oh, you know what?
claiming your ultimate victory and securing your ultimate destiny.
And I also wanted to point out a comment that CKJ3 made. He made a comment about another person who just sits online and complains with no solutions. I actually think that unless you were some sort of expert, I don't think just the normal average everyday Joe Plumber Stanley YouTube host. It's not our job to come up with solutions. It's not a bad thing if you happen to think of one, but you know what? These people who will go, well, what's your solution? Why the fuck would they even ask that question? Pointing out a problem is a valid function of citizenry, and stop expecting solutions from people who maybe just notice the problem and may not necessarily have a solution. That is literally like one of these. What is it? Is that an appeal to expertise or appeal to authority? Does that count, Uncle Fatty? When you ask, well, what's the solution? Is that kind of like an appeal to authority? Not being an authority, why would you expect me to have a solution? What is happening here? Oh, that was Uncle Fatty's Darth Jesus. I put the link in the chat if you want to explore it. Well, you know what, Uncle Fatty? A lot of Diaper Don's acolytes use the same technique. As soon as you start pointing out, what Trump is flubbing, they want to go back and talk about Joe Biden, which I usually just blow that out of the water because it's just laughable. Joe Biden was a problem, but you know what? Let's focus on who is actually president currently, and his name is not Joe Biden. And I'm assuming Trump isn't senile, though. Who knows? So I do not think I'm going to get into this. I think I'm going to save it. But I just want you to know that Zanu, this is a guy that comes highly recommended by SKC, says racism does not exist. Now, this dude is Kenyan or somewhere from West Africa. So, I want to find out why he thinks racism does not exist in this United States. Not sure of your point there, broke genius. Good morning. Okay, so it's a place to get rich. Shiloh Hendricks is the perfect example of getting rich. They monetized the N-word, and a white woman got DEI bucks. So, yeah, it's a great place to get rich. Say a magic word like the N-word, and who knows? Oh, really, Kelvin? You going there to clean up the place, or just vacation? Don't tell me you're climbing Mount Kilimanjaro. I would love to go to Kenya. I've heard good things about it. All right, so we really do need to be wrapping this up because I'm at 5 hours. I will be back tomorrow morning, probably around 4:45 or 5. I do have I'll be a little bit more organized with the videos. I wasn't very tight this morning. We've got some decent news stories, but I wanted there's some videos I wanted to get to, so I'm gonna have to figure out how to get them. Get distracted by Solid Snake's antics and kind of lose my train of thought or focus. So watching so anyway, everyone please make sure, if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. It is important that you do so, and it is also important that you share the wealth, the dearth and the depths. We both have a dearth and an abundance of viewpoints here. Please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross Urban Landlord channel. When I say Stanley Cross Urban Landlord, I am getting tired. The Stanley Cross channel, it's at Stanley Cross 6000. I'm going to try and get at least one video essay out, or I may just clip this Shiloh thing, because it is definitely a race grift, and we need to make sure we document all race grifts, just so we have evidence the next time the anti-black blacks wanna bring up the topic of race grifting. And I can't think of anything else, any pending business. Yeah, okay. Roz, I'm going to drop my email into the chat. If you would just email me and remind me, because I will forget. Because I meant to be there for your live this weekend, and I got wrapped up doing something else. I did catch a little bit of the show, but I didn't catch the full thing. But I will definitely be there, but you'll need to remind me. Let's see, it's Stanley at jghb.info. And also, while I'm dropping this in there, folks, if you have clips or topics that you want to discuss, just email me at Stanley at jghb.info. And it's John Galt HB. That's what the JGHB stands for. So it's fairly easy. And whilst I'm thinking about it, I have not seen Roller Skater Texas Girl. Oh, wow. I was surprised. She sent me, she and I are going to do like this Indian curry doll, a bunch of stuff. Because I actually like Indian food, and I actually can make curries from scratch. They're simple curries, but I don't make them often, but I'll make them a few times a year. It's good stuff. I like chicken curries. I've made lamb curries. Never made fish curry, but vegetable curries are actually not only good for you, but just good tasting. So again, Roller Skater Texas Girl is nicer to me than I honestly. I was really touched. I was surprised. So I cannot express how much I appreciated it. So we are going to be entering a curry phase for a little bit at least. Let's see, Roz is independent. Oh no, Roz is Roz. Roz, let me find your show and I'll drop the. Oh yeah, that's right, Roz. You can hit your avatar, go to channel. I will drop your channel. The reasoning, Roz girl. Here is Roz's link. Make sure you subscribe to her channel, please. I enjoyed it. It's kind of a deep, somewhere between Freud and Freud as philosopher. How about that? Does anyone else have any channel news? And I do know, is Roz on the Stanley Cross perspective or John Galt? I assume she's on the Roz perspective. Calvin, come on. You don't have to choose sides. There are third alternatives. Be yourself. L? All right, folks. Well, I am going to stop rambling. I have things to do. I enjoyed it, and I will be back around 4:45 in the morning. And who knows if I think John's going to do a show. He had one scheduled, and he probably got busy. I may wind up hopping into his chat if he does start a show. So, and then everybody have a good day. I enjoyed it. And this song is dedicated to HB. Hopefully he's still listening.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.